This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see that car seat sitting in the middle of the road, illuminated by my headlights. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, wondering what I could have done differently. I know it's pointless now, but I can't help it. That night, I was finishing up my shift at the King's Arms, the pub where I've been working for the past 2 years. It had been particularly busy. A local football team had won some important match, and they decided our pub was the perfect place to celebrate. By the time I finished cleaning up, it was already past 2 in the morning. I was absolutely knackered, having been on my feet for 10 straight hours. All I wanted was to get home and collapse into bed. My flat is about 20 minutes away if I take the main roads, but there's this shortcut through Blackwood Forest that cuts the journey down to about 12 minutes. I've taken it hundreds of times before, especially after late shifts. I know every twist and turn of that narrow road like the back of my hand. I remember sitting in my car for a moment before starting the engine, debating whether to take the shortcut or not. It was particularly dark that night. No moon, just stars hidden behind patchy clouds. The rational part of my brain was saying, "Olivia, just take the main road. You're tired, it's late." But the exhausted part won out. I just wanted to be home as quickly as possible, so I took the shortcut. The forest road is winding and narrow, with tall trees on both sides creating this tunnel effect. There are no street lights, so you're completely dependent on your headlights. I was driving slower than usual because I was so tired, probably doing about 30 miles per hour instead of the 40 I'd normally do. I had the radio on low just to keep me company. Some late-night DJ was talking softly about requests coming in from night shift workers across the county. I remember thinking how strange it was to be part of this invisible community of people awake while the rest of the world slept. I was about halfway through the forest when I saw it. Right in the middle of the road, directly in my path, was a baby car seat, one of those rear-facing infant carriers. It was just sitting there. No car in sight, no people, nothing. Just this car seat in the beam of my headlights. I slammed on my brakes so hard I nearly hit my head on the steering wheel. My car screeched to a halt maybe 5 feet away from the seat. For a few seconds I just sat there, gripping the wheel, my heart hammering in my chest. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing. I remember having this immediate flood of conflicting thoughts. Part of me was thinking, oh my God, what if there's a baby in there? What if someone had an accident and the seat got thrown from the car? What if someone abandoned their baby? But another part of me was screaming, this is a trap. This is exactly like those stories you hear about. Don't get out of the car. I had read those social media posts and news articles about criminals placing things in the road, sometimes car seats, sometimes a person pretending to be injured, to get people to stop their cars so they could rob them or worse. I knew about these tactics, but what if there actually was a baby? What kind of person would I be if I just drove around it or turned back and there was really an infant left alone in the dark? I sat there for what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds, debating what to do. I tried calling the police, but there was no signal. There never is in that part of the forest. I flashed my high beams a few times, thinking maybe I could see better or scare off anyone hiding in the trees. I even honked my horn a couple of times. Nothing happened. The car seat just sat there, partially covered with what looked like a baby blanket. I made the decision that I've replayed in my head countless times since. I decided to get out and check. I left my engine running and the headlights on. I opened my door slowly, listening for any sounds beyond the soft purr of my car's engine and the normal forest noises. Everything seemed quiet. I stepped out, leaving the door open behind me. I remember the cold air hitting my face, making me more alert. I approached the car seat cautiously, looking around constantly, my body tense and ready to sprint back to my car at the first sign of danger. As I got closer, I could see it was one of those expensive-looking car seats, navy blue with a light blue blanket draped over the top, partially obscuring the inside. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached the seat and hesitated before pulling back the blanket. I was terrified of what I might find. Either a baby that needed urgent help or nothing, confirming my fears that this was indeed a trap. I pulled the blanket back quickly. Empty. The car seat was completely empty. I felt a rush of relief, followed immediately by paralyzing fear. If there was no baby, this could only mean one thing. That's when I heard it, a twig snapping in the forest to my right. I spun around, already knowing I'd made a terrible mistake. Before I could even take a step back toward my car, someone grabbed me from behind. A hand clamped over my mouth, stifling the scream that tried to escape. The person was strong, their grip crushing as they yanked me backward. I tried to fight, kicking and thrashing, but then there were more of them. I could make out dark shapes emerging from the trees. 3, maybe 4 people. They were laughing. I remember that distinctly. They were laughing like this was some kind of game. One of them said something like, "Got another one!" But everything was happening so fast, and the adrenaline was making it hard to process. I managed to get one arm free and clawed at the hand over my mouth. I must have caught them by surprise because the grip loosened enough for me to scream. I screamed as loud as I've ever screamed in my life. That's when the first blow came. Something hard hit the side of my head, a fist maybe, or some kind of object. I saw stars, literally saw stars exploding across my vision. I felt myself falling, but before I hit the ground completely, someone caught me and threw me down harder. Then they started kicking me. I curled into a ball, trying to protect my head and stomach. I could hear them laughing and jeering above me. One of them, a girl I think, was saying, "That's enough, stop it." But she was laughing too. I don't know how long it went on. It felt like forever, but was probably just a minute or two. I remember trying to look up at their faces, but it was so dark, and my vision was blurry from tears and pain. All I could make out were dark shapes, hoodies pulled up. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was one of them saying, "Let's take her car." When I came to, I was lying face down in a bush just off the road. It was still dark, but there was that pre-dawn grayness starting to seep through the trees. My head was pounding like it was going to split open. My mouth tasted like blood, and every inch of my body hurt. For a few minutes, I just lay there, trying to get my bearings. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up to sitting. My car was gone. My bag with my phone, wallet, keys to my flat, all gone. I touched my face and winced. My eye was swollen, and there was dried blood around my nose and mouth. My ribs screamed in pain when I tried to take a deep breath. I was covered in scratches and already forming bruises. The car seat was still in the middle of the road. I stared at it, this innocent-looking object that had been used to lure me into a trap. I felt sick, not just from the pain, but from the realization of how stupid I'd been. All those warnings, all those stories, and I still got out of my car. I struggled to my feet, nearly falling over as a wave of dizziness hit me. I had to lean against a tree for a few minutes until it passed. I knew I couldn't stay there. I needed help, and no one was likely to come along this road for hours. I tried to figure out where I was. I knew I was still on the forest road, and I knew which direction led to the village of Thornfield, which was closer than going back the way I'd come. It was maybe a 2-mile walk, but in my condition it might as well have been 20. I started walking anyway. Each step was excruciating. My ankle was either sprained or badly bruised, and the pain in my ribs made it hard to breathe properly. I kept touching my head, feeling for blood or any soft spots that might indicate a serious injury. I don't know how long I walked. Time became meaningless, just one painful step after another. The forest was starting to wake up. Birds were beginning their morning songs, and the darkness was gradually lifting. Under any other circumstances, it might have been beautiful. Eventually, I reached the edge of the forest and saw the welcome lights of Thornfield in the distance. The sight gave me a burst of energy, and I pushed on, now limping along the side of the wider road that led into the village. A car passed me, the first one I'd seen. I tried to wave them down, but they sped past. I must have looked like a complete mess, probably frightening to see at that hour. The second car stopped. It was an older couple who looked horrified when they saw the state of me. They helped me into their car and drove me straight to the urgent care center in the village. The next few hours were a blur of doctors, nurses, police officers asking questions. X-rays showed no broken bones, miraculously, but I had a mild concussion, severe bruising on my ribs and back, a sprained wrist, countless cuts and scratches, and a face that looked like I'd gone 10 rounds with a heavyweight boxer. The police took my statement. They told me they'd look for my car and try to find who did this to me. I described everything I could remember, but it wasn't much. Dark figures, young-sounding voices, laughing. 2 days later, a police officer visited me at home. My landlord had let me in after I was discharged from the hospital. They'd found my car abandoned in a field about 5 miles away, and they'd caught the people who attacked me. It wasn't some organized criminal gang. It was a group of teenagers, 5 of them, 3 boys and 2 girls, ages 16 to 18. They were local kids from good families who'd been drinking that night and thought it would be fun to play what they called a prank. They'd stolen the car seat from one of their cousins' garages and had apparently done this twice before, though the other drivers had been smart enough not to get out of their cars. They're facing serious charges, but that doesn't help me sleep at night. It doesn't stop the flashbacks or the panic attacks I get whenever I hear someone walking behind me. I can't drive at night anymore. I've had to switch to day shifts at the pub, and I've moved in with my sister temporarily because I can't bear to be alone. The worst part is knowing how easily it could have ended differently. If they'd had weapons instead of just their fists and feet. If they'd decided to do more than just steal my car. If I hadn't been found the next morning. I keep thinking about that moment of decision, sitting in my car, staring at that car seat, and choosing compassion over caution. I thought I was doing the right thing, the human thing. Now I'm not sure there is a right thing. I just know that every time I close my eyes, I see that car seat in my headlights, and I feel those hands grabbing me from behind. Story 2. I still can't sleep with the window open. Even 15 years later, I keep them shut and locked, curtains drawn tight. My husband thinks I'm just paranoid about break-ins, but he doesn't know the real reason. I've never told him about what happened that summer when I was 8 years old. I've barely told anyone. It was the summer of 2008 when my family made our annual trip to Mexico, to our ancestral Kickapoo lands. Every year we'd gather there, relatives from Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, all converging on my grandmother Tana's property at the base of this imposing mountain range. The mountains loomed over everything like silent watchers. I remember thinking they looked angry somehow. Grandmother Tana's property had 2 houses, the old one and the new one. The old house was built like a fortress, windows sealed tight with metal bars embedded in the concrete, heavy doors that locked with multiple deadbolts. The newer house was more modern, with windows that could actually open. As kids, we always preferred staying in the newer house because it wasn't so stuffy in the summer heat. We arrived on a Tuesday after a grueling 14-hour drive. I remember being exhausted but also excited to see my cousins. My sister Amma was 11 then, and we shared a room in the new house with our cousins Saya and Winona. The boys, including my cousin Hosa, who was only 6, stayed in another room across the hall. The first 2 days were normal. We participated in some ceremonies. The adults caught up with each other, and us kids played in the yard, though we were strictly forbidden from going anywhere near the fence line that separated the property from the wild mountain terrain beyond. The mountains are not for playing, Grandmother Tana always warned us. I never questioned why. Everything changed on the 3rd night. I woke up to screaming, the kind that makes your blood freeze. It was Hosa. His screams weren't like normal kid nightmares. They were primal, terrified. I remember scrambling out of bed and running to the hallway where everyone was gathering outside his room. Uncle Bamoki had Hosa in his arms, and the little boy was shaking, uncontrollably, his face buried in his father's neck. "There was a lady at my window," he kept saying between sobs. "An old lady looking at me through the bars." The adults tried to calm him down, saying it was just a bad dream, but Hosa was adamant. She had long gray hair and her face was white, so white. She was smiling at me through the bars. Her hair almost touched my face. I remember the way the adults exchanged looks, not disbelief, something worse, recognition. Uncle Bamoki took Hosa to sleep with him and Aunt Nita in the old house for the rest of the night. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept staring at our window with its thin curtains, afraid of what might appear. The next morning, Uncle Bamoki and my dad went outside at first light to check around the property. I followed them without permission, hanging back far enough that they wouldn't notice me. I watched as they walked around both houses, examining the ground. Their faces grew more serious with each step. "Footprints," my dad finally said, crouching down by the foundation of the new house. "Barefoot, small, probably a woman's." Uncle Bamoki nodded grimly. "They circle both houses. And look, they lead that way." He pointed toward the mountains. I felt sick. It wasn't a dream. Something had been walking around our houses while we slept, peering in at my little cousin. At breakfast, the adults tried to act normal, but there was tension in the air. Grandmother Tana kept looking out the windows toward the mountains. When she caught me watching her, she just smiled tightly and said, "Stay close to the houses today, Neoma." That afternoon, Amma and I were sent to gather kindling for the cooking fire from a pile of branches near the fence line. We were nearly done when I heard it, a rustling noise from just beyond the fence. It wasn't the wind. It was deliberate, like something moving through the scrub brush. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Amma. She froze, her arms full of sticks. "Yes, let's go, back." As we turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. something pale among the trees. I didn't stop to look. We ran all the way back to the house, dropping half the kindling along the way. Later that evening, Aunt Winona came rushing into the old house where everyone was preparing dinner. Her face was ashen. "There was someone standing at the property line," she said quietly to my father, but I was close enough to hear. "Just standing there watching. When I walked toward them, they disappeared into the brush." "What did they look like?" my father asked. I couldn't see clearly, just a figure, thin, grayish hair, I think. That night, all the children were moved to the old house with its sealed windows. Nobody explained why, but we knew. I shared a mattress on the floor with Amma, unable to sleep despite how safe the house supposedly was. Around midnight, I heard my cousin Winona wake up with a gasp. "What's wrong?" I whispered. "I heard scratching," she said, "on the wall outside." We both lay still, listening. For a few minutes there was nothing. Then we heard it, a slow, deliberate scraping sound moving along the exterior wall. It wasn't an animal. It was too methodical, too purposeful. Winona crept to the small window and peered through the bars in the glass. A moment later, she stumbled backward, her hand over her mouth. "There's someone out there," she whispered. "I saw them limping away. They had silver hair. They were hunched over." None of us slept after that. We huddled together on our mattresses, too afraid to tell the adults what we'd heard. Somehow, telling would make it more real. The next day was worse. We were sitting in the kitchen of the new house having lunch when my cousin Saya suddenly screamed and pointed at one of the windows. "A hand!" There was a hand on the window. Everyone froze. Uncle Bamoki was the first to move, rushing to the window. By the time he got there was nothing to see. But when he looked down at the ground outside, his face hardened. "Everyone stay inside," he ordered, then went out with my father and two other uncles. I snuck to the window and watched them examining the wall. There were muddy handprints smeared across the white stucco beneath the window, small handprints with long, thin fingers, and on the ground, more footprints, fresh ones, leading from the house up toward the mountains. That evening, the adults held a council in the old house. They thought we kids were asleep, but I crept to the doorway of the room where they were talking and listened. "It's getting bolder," Grandmother Tana was saying. "I've heard stories for years, but I've never seen it come this close to the houses." "What is it exactly?" my mother asked. She wasn't Kickapoo. She was Potawatomi from Michigan, and these weren't her ancestral lands. "The old ones called it the mountain spirit," Grandmother Tana replied. "It comes down sometimes, curious about our gatherings. It likes to look through windows to watch us when we sleep." "But why?" someone else asked. "The mountains have always harbored entities," Grandmother Tana said carefully. "Things that feed on fear and isolation. They're drawn to vulnerability. They target those who let their guard down." "Like children," my father said quietly. Grandmother Tana nodded. "That's why the old house was built the way it was. People knew." I must have made a noise because suddenly the adults stopped talking and looked toward the doorway. I ran back to my mattress before they could catch me. That night was the worst. We all slept in the old house, windows sealed, doors locked with every deadbolt. But sometime in the deepest part of the night we heard it, a soft, persistent tapping on every window of the house, one after another, like someone walking the perimeter, testing each entrance. It went on for what felt like hours, tap, 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 then silence, until the singing started. It wasn't really singing, more like humming, but with words I couldn't understand woven through it. a woman's voice, thin and reedy, circling the house. The adults got up and moved silently through the house, listening. Nobody opened a door. Nobody looked outside. In the morning, we found small bundles of mountain flowers placed at every door and window, tied with strands of long gray hair. We left that day, a full day earlier than planned. Nobody complained. As we drove away, I looked back at the mountains through the car window. For just a second, I thought I saw a figure standing on a ridge, watching us leave, thin and pale, with long gray hair blowing in the wind. I've been back to the property a few times since then, when family obligations made it impossible to refuse. But I always stay in the old house with its sealed windows, and I never ever go outside after dark. The locals have a saying about the mountains in that region. They're older than anything with a human face. I think that's the part that still terrifies me most. The understanding that whatever peered in at my cousin that night was wearing a human face. But it wasn't human at all. Just something ancient from the mountains, reminding us that we were visitors on its land. Story 3. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night on our family homestead. It's been 15 years, but the memories are still so vivid that sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear that scratching at the door again. I was 17 at the time, the oldest of my brothers. Nasha was 15, and Dakota had just turned 12. Our parents had left us alone for the weekend to attend my aunt's wedding about 4 hours away. It wasn't unusual for us to watch the place. We'd grown up tending sheep and knew how to handle ourselves. Our homestead was pretty isolated, about 30 miles from the nearest town in the southwestern part of the reservation. The closest neighbor was about 5 miles down the dirt road. The day started normally enough. We fed the animals, checked the fences, and did our chores. As evening approached, I made dinner while my brothers finished up outside. We had about 60 sheep, 3 dogs, and some chickens to look after. Nothing we couldn't handle. We'd been left alone plenty of times before. I remember it was unusually quiet that evening. No wind, which was strange for that time of year. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard when our dogs started barking. Not their usual bark when a coyote or stray dog was around. This was different, more frantic, more urgent. Nasha came inside looking concerned. "Coda, the dogs are going nuts. Maybe we should check it out." I grabbed the rifle we kept by the door, more for coyotes and snakes than anything else, and we went outside. The dogs were at the edge of our property, barking toward the darkness beyond the sheep pen. Their hackles were raised, and they were pacing back and forth as if they didn't want to go any further. "Probably just a coyote," I said, but even I didn't believe it. Our dogs chased coyotes all the time. They never acted like this. We called them back and decided to bring them inside for the night, something we rarely did. I remember how they huddled close to us, whining softly, glancing at the windows. Even inside, they wouldn't settle down. We tried to distract ourselves by watching TV, but the satellite was acting up because of the weather, so we played cards instead. Around 9 o'clock, I noticed the dogs had gone completely silent. 1 minute they were whining and pacing, and the next, nothing. I got up to check on them and found all 3 huddled under the kitchen table, trembling. They wouldn't come out, not even when I offered them treats. That was the first moment I felt real fear creeping in. Around 10:30, Dakota needed to use the bathroom. Our house was old and small, just 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. The bathroom was an outhouse about 50 feet from the back door. Usually we'd just go alone, but something about the dog's behavior had us all on edge. "I'll go with you," Nasha said, grabbing the flashlight from the drawer. "Kota, you stay with the dogs." I nodded, watching them pull on their jackets. The night had gotten cold, and my breath fogged in front of my face as I stood at the door, watching them cross the yard. The flashlight beam bounced across the dirt, creating strange shadows. I kept my eyes on them until they reached the outhouse, and Dakota went inside while Nasha waited outside. That's when I heard Nasha yell. My blood went cold. I grabbed the rifle and rushed to the door, but before I could open it, I saw Nasha running toward the house, dragging Dakota by the arm. They burst through the door, slamming it behind them and locking it. "What happened?" I demanded, seeing the terror on their faces. Nasha couldn't speak at first, just shook his head, his breath coming in gasps. Dakota was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "There's something out there," Nasha finally managed to say. "By the truck. A person, but not a person." Dakota was shaking. "It had red eyes, Kota. Bright red, like burning coals." I thought they might be messing with me, but one look at their faces told me they weren't joking. "What do you mean, not a person?" "It was tall, taller than Dad, and skinny," Nasha said. "Its skin was white, like chalk, not like a white person, but like there was no blood in it at all. And when it looked at me," Dakota whispered, "everything went red, like there was a haze around me. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up." Nasha nodded. It was leaning against our truck, just watching the outhouse. When Dakota went in, it started walking toward us. Then it kicked Scout. Scout was our oldest dog, who must have been outside without us noticing. Not like a normal kick. Its leg bent in a way legs don't bend. And Scout just yelped once and then was quiet. When I came out of the outhouse, Dakota continued, "It stared at me, and that's when everything went red. I couldn't move. But then Nasha came around the corner, and it looked at him instead, and I could move again. I was so angry about Scout that I charged at it, yelling. He shouldn't have done that," Nasha said. "But when he did, the thing backed away. It moved weird, like its joints were wrong. Then it just disappeared into the darkness beyond the light." I didn't know what to think. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as their imagination, but the dogs were still hiding, trembling under the table. And my brothers weren't the type to make up stories. "Did you see Scout?" I asked, worried about our dog. They both shook their heads. "We need to call Mom and Dad," I said, reaching for the landline phone. No dial tone. I tried my cell phone next. No signal, which wasn't unusual out there but felt ominous now. "Maybe it was just someone messing with us," I suggested, trying to stay calm for my brothers. "Someone from town who knows Mom and Dad are away." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. We were too far from town, and nobody would come all the way out here just to scare some kids. We decided to stay inside, lock all the doors and windows, and wait until morning. None of us wanted to sleep, so we sat in the living room, the rifle across my lap, taking turns watching the windows. The dogs refused to move from under the table. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something outside, a slow dragging sound, circling the house. First near the front door, then along the side of the house, then the back. The dogs heard it too and started whining louder. "Shh," I whispered, even though I knew whatever was out there probably already knew we were inside. We heard it circling the house twice more before it stopped. For about an hour, there was silence, and I thought maybe it had left. Dakota had finally fallen asleep on the couch, and Nasha was dozing in the armchair. Then came the scratching at the front door. Not like an animal scratching to get in. This was deliberate, slow. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then a pause, Then 3 more scratches. I woke my brothers with a finger to my lips, warning them to be quiet. The scratching continued, getting louder, more insistent. Then it stopped, and I heard something that still haunts me to this day. A voice, but not quite a voice, calling Dakota's name. It sounded like it was imitating a human voice, the way a recording played backwards might sound. Ta-ko-da. Dakota grabbed my arm, his nails digging into my skin. The scratching resumed, more frantic now, and I could see the door actually shaking in its frame. Whatever was out there was strong. "What do we do?" Nasha whispered. I didn't have an answer. The rifle suddenly felt useless in my hands. What if bullets couldn't stop this thing? The scratching stopped again, and for a moment there was total silence. Then something hit the door with such force that it splintered along the frame. Another hit like that, and it would break through. We backed away toward the kitchen, the dogs now howling in terror. I raised the rifle, knowing it was probably pointless, but not knowing what else to do. Just as the third blow hit the door, we heard the sound of a vehicle coming up the drive, headlights sweeping across the windows. The thing outside must have heard it too, because the attack on the door stopped immediately. "Mom and Dad," Dakota whispered, relief washing over his face. We rushed to the window and saw our parents' truck pulling up, a day earlier than expected. The headlights illuminated part of the yard, and for a split second, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the light was a figure, just as my brothers had described. Impossibly tall and thin, with skin so white it seemed to glow in the darkness. Its face was hard to make out, but I saw the eyes, red, burning like embers in the night. Then it was gone, retreating into the darkness beyond the reach of the headlights. We ran outside as our parents got out of the truck, nearly knocking them over in our rush to tell them what had happened. My dad grabbed his own rifle from the truck, and with me at his side, we checked around the property while Mom stayed with my brothers. We found Scout near the truck, alive but injured. His side was bleeding, but the wound didn't look like a kick. It looked like claw marks. The other dogs were nowhere to be found. In the dim light of early morning, we discovered huge footprints around the property. Not like any human or animal tracks I'd ever seen. They were elongated, with what looked like too many toes, and deep, as if whatever made them was incredibly heavy. The sheep pen's wooden fence was broken in places. The wood splintered outward, as if something had smashed through it from the inside. 5 of our sheep were missing. Dad insisted on looking for them, so at first light, we ventured into the hills behind our property. That's when we saw it again, in broad daylight this time. It was standing on a ridge about 300 yards away, watching us. In the light, I could see what my brothers meant about it not moving right. Its limbs seemed too long, bending at odd angles. Its face now appeared to have black lines running from its eyes down to its jaw, like tear tracks or war paint. Dad fired a warning shot, and the thing moved, fast, inhumanly fast, disappearing over the ridge. We found 3 of our sheep dead on the other side, their bodies torn open with the same deep claw marks Scout had. When we returned to the house, Mom told us that the wedding had ended early because her sister fell ill, and they'd decided to come back last night instead of waiting until today. "Something just told me we needed to get home," she said, and I've never been so grateful for a mother's intuition. We packed essential belongings, loaded the remaining animals into trailers, and left the homestead by noon. As we drove away, I looked back and thought I saw a pale figure watching from the window of our house, but when I blinked, it was gone. We stayed with relatives for several weeks. A medicine man performed ceremonies for our family, saying that some entities feed on fear, growing stronger with each terrified reaction they provoke. He cleansed us all, especially Takoda, who the entity had seemed most interested in. We returned to the homestead once more, with several uncles, just to collect the rest of our belongings. The house felt different, cold and empty, as if something had sucked all the life out of it. We sold the property not long after, and as far as I know, it remains empty to this day. I've researched similar encounters over the years, trying to make sense of what we experienced. Some people have suggested skinwalkers or other entities from native folklore, but the medicine man refused to name it, saying some things shouldn't be spoken of directly. All I know is that whatever was at our homestead that night wasn't human, and it had targeted my youngest brother for reasons I'll never understand. Sometimes I still dream of those red eyes, and I wake up wondering if somewhere, somehow, it's still waiting. Story 4. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm 31 now, but something happened to me when I was 6 that I still can't explain, and it continues to haunt me. I grew up in Pinewood Valley, about 40 miles from the nearest town. Our farmhouse was built by my great-grandfather in the 1930s. All wooden floors, creaky stairs, and that particular smell old houses have. You know the one, like old books and furniture polish. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, across from my parents' room. The walls were covered in this faded blue, wallpaper with little sailboats that I used to count before falling asleep. That night started like any other. It was early fall, I remember, because Mom had just put away my summer clothes and brought out my flannel pajamas, the red ones with tiny tractors on them that were slightly too big. Dad came in to tuck me in around 8:30 like he always did. He smelled like the outdoors and that Old Spice aftershave he'd worn since forever. His hands were rough from farm work, and when he pulled my blanket up, I remember noticing how the skin around his fingernails was cracked from the cold. "Night, buddy," he said, ruffling my hair. He always did that. Mom came in next, kissed my forehead, and turned off the light. I had this little nightlight shaped like a tractor that cast soft yellow shadows across my room. It was enough to see the outlines of my toys on the shelf and the branches of the oak tree scratching against my window when the wind blew. Our house was the kind of quiet you only get in the countryside. No traffic noise, no sirens, just the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant lowing of our cows in the barn. That's why any unusual sound stood out so clearly. I don't know how long I'd been lying there, maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour, when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, those normal creaks old farmhouses make. But then it came again, a distinct scratching sound, long, deliberate, like fingernails being dragged slowly across wood, and it was coming from under my bed. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed up. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The scratching continued, slow and methodical. Scratch, pause, scratch. It wasn't random like an animal might make. It had a rhythm to it, like whatever was making the sound was doing it on purpose. I wanted to call for my parents, but I couldn't make a sound. It was like my voice was trapped somewhere deep in my chest. I remember thinking that if I stayed perfectly still, maybe whatever it was wouldn't know I was there. 6-year-old logic, I guess. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse, I could hear my own breathing, too loud and too fast. Then came a shuffling sound, like something moving under my bed. I squeezed my eyes shut. Tears leaked out from the corners and ran down into my ears. I was terrified to look, but equally terrified not to. When I finally forced my eyes open, I saw movement at the foot of my bed. A hand appeared, gripping the edge of my mattress. A human hand, then another, and then my dad crawled out from under my bed. Relief flooded through me for a split second. It was just Dad playing a trick, but that relief vanished instantly when I saw his face. Something was off. In the dim glow of my nightlight, his features looked wrong somehow. His smile was too wide, his eyes too dark. He stood up slowly, his head nearly touching my ceiling. I had a few too many glasses of whiskey with Dad by the fireplace. Mom had gone to bed hours earlier. The house was quiet except for the crackling of the fire. It felt like the right moment to bring it up again. "Dad," I said, staring into my glass, "I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me." He must have heard something in my voice because he put down his own glass and gave me his full attention. "That night when I was 6, when I said you came out from under my bed, was that really you? Were you playing a joke that just went wrong? Because if you were, it's okay. I just need to know." He looked at me for a long time, his face serious in the firelight. Then he leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Son, I have never lied to you about this. It wasn't me. I was never under your bed that night or any night. I never told you that you forgot your prayers. I wouldn't scare you like that." I searched his face for any sign of deception, but found none. Either he was telling the truth, or he's the world's greatest liar. And my dad has never been good at lying. Mom says he couldn't keep a surprise birthday party secret if his life depended on it. Then what was it, Dad? What did I see that night? He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I don't know, Tommy. Kids have vivid imaginations. Maybe it was a dream so real it felt like you were awake. Maybe you were sleepwalking, saw something and misinterpreted it. I just don't know. But neither of those explanations has ever sat right with me. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. So what was under my bed that night? What crawled out wearing my father's face, but not quite getting it right? What made those scratching sounds with nails my father never had? I still don't have answers. All I have is the certainty that something happened in that room 25 years ago that I can't explain. Something that still makes me check under my daughter's bed every night before she goes to sleep. Something that still makes me wake up sometimes, heart racing, when I hear the house settling at night. Because deep down, I know it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't my dad, and whatever it was, it knew exactly how to terrify a 6-year-old boy. I just wish I knew why. Story 5. I've been on the force in Redwood Falls for 8 years now. It's a small town where most calls involve drunk teenagers, domestic squabbles, or the occasional break-in at the liquor store. Nothing prepares you for the nights that change you. Last November's welfare check at Maple Street Apartments is the reason I can't sleep without my lights on anymore. It was around 11:30 on a Tuesday night, November 14th, 2023. The kind of cold that makes your lungs ache when you breathe. My partner Daniel and I were about to finish our shift when dispatch called about a welfare check. Some guy worried about his ex-girlfriend after getting weird texts. Usually, these calls end with someone just being dramatic or drunk texting, but protocol is protocol. We pulled up to this old brick apartment complex on Maple Street. You know the type. Built in the 70s, always smells like old carpet and someone's cooking. Usually there'd be at least a few lights on, people watching TV, whatever. But that night, the whole place felt dead. No lights except the dim hallway bulbs. No sounds. Even the street lamp outside was flickering like it was about to give up. The woman's name was Emma Thornhill, apartment 2B. Her ex showed us the texts she'd sent him. Stuff about cleansing and the 7 who watch, and how she was almost ready to cross. The last one just said, "Help." He hadn't heard from her in hours after that. We knocked on 2B. Nothing. Knocked harder. Still nothing. The hallway was so quiet I could hear the electricity humming in the walls. Then Daniel called her phone, and we heard it ringing inside. Faint, but definitely there. When someone picked up, all we could hear was breathing. Slow, ragged breathing. Then the call disconnected. That's when I felt the first real chill. Not from the November cold, but something else. Something was wrong. We knocked again, identified ourselves as police, called her name. Then we heard something, a sound like someone talking underwater, slurred, garbled words from behind the door. "Ms. Thornhill? Emma? We need to know you're okay. Can you open the door?" More unintelligible mumbling, then the sound of shuffling, a thud against the door. The deadbolt finally clicked. I pushed the door open slowly, hand on my holster. I've seen a lot of shit in this job. Overdoses, suicides, domestic violence aftermath, but nothing like what was waiting in that apartment. Emma was standing there completely naked, swaying like she might fall over. Her skin had this bluish tint, and she was soaking wet, water pooling around her feet on the carpet. Her hands were covered in blood from dozens of small cuts, like she'd been clutching broken glass. But it was her eyes that haunt me the most. Totally vacant, like nobody was home. The pupils were blown wide open, nearly swallowing the iris. "Jesus Christ," Daniel muttered behind me as I rushed forward to catch her before she collapsed. "Emma, can you hear me? What happened?" I asked, grabbing a throw blanket from the couch to cover her. Her skin was ice cold, like touching a corpse. She just stared through me, mumbling something about 7 heads watching and the water taking it all away. Her teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might break. Daniel immediately called for an ambulance while I tried to figure out what the hell happened. The apartment was freezing, no heat running despite the November chill, and dark. All the power was out with just a few candles burning around the place. They weren't normal candles either, black ones arranged in some kind of pattern on the coffee table and counters. The smell hit me next. Blood, definitely. But underneath that was something else, damp and stale, like an old flooded basement, rotting vegetation and something metallic. "Let's check the rest of the apartment," I told Daniel once he finished the call. "Ambulance is 10 minutes out." I guided Emma to the couch, wrapped the blanket around her, and did a quick check of her vitals. Pulse was dangerously slow, skin clammy. Classic hypothermia. But there was something else going on too. Her eyes kept darting to the corners of the ceiling like she was tracking something moving there. The kitchen was mostly normal, except for a knife block with all the slots empty. We found most of those knives scattered around the bathroom and bedroom. The bedroom wall stopped me cold. Written in blood, her blood I'm guessing, were the words "7-headed serpent" in letters almost 2 feet high. Below it was a crude drawing of what looked like a beast with multiple heads emerging from water. But the bathroom, that's where I almost lost it. The mirror was shattered, pieces collected in the sink. More blood writing on the wall above the toilet. Dis observes. The bathtub was filled with murky brown water with a reddish film floating on top. The water had to have been sitting there for days based on the smell. Several of those black candles had burned down to nothing around the edge of the tub. "Carter, you need to see this," Daniel called from the hallway closet. Inside were dozens of books stacked on the floor, most about occult rituals, Sumerian mythology, and demonology. One was open to a page about purification rituals involving blood sacrifice. A spiral notebook beside them contained page after page of Emma's increasingly erratic handwriting. The earlier pages were neat, describing research into ancient Babylonian water deities. The later ones became unhinged ramblings about thinning the veil and the watchers coming through. The last dated entry from that morning just said, "Tonight I cross the threshold. The 7 await." We heard the paramedics in the hallway and went to let them in. As they worked on Emma, I filled them in on what we'd found. They immediately recognized signs of severe blood loss, hypothermia, and likely drug overdose. They found track marks on her arms that weren't from shooting up. They were methodical, like some kind of ritual cutting pattern. As they loaded her onto the stretcher, she suddenly grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Her eyes focused for just a second, looking directly at me with perfect clarity. "They're still here," she whispered, "in the water, watching." Then her eyes rolled back, and she started seizing. The paramedics rushed her out while Daniel and I stayed to secure the scene. "What the hell happened here?" Daniel asked, his voice shaky. In 8 years working together, I'd never seen him rattled like this. I didn't have an answer. We photographed everything and collected evidence. I bagged the notebook and some of the books as potential evidence. When I went back to the bathroom to get final photos, something made me look closer at the bathtub. The water wasn't just dirty, there were things floating in it. Small objects that looked like tiny carved figurines, maybe an inch long each, 7 of them. I couldn't make out the details without touching them, and something told me not to disturb that water. As I leaned closer to take a photo, I swear to God the surface of the water moved. Not like ripples. It bulged upward for a split second, like something was pushing from underneath. I jumped back, nearly dropping my phone. "You okay?" Daniel called from the other room. "Yeah," I lied. "Just slipped." When crime scene techs arrived, I made sure they collected samples of that bathwater. The official report would later say it contained human blood, salt, and traces of several hallucinogenic compounds. The figurines were made of clay mixed with human tissue, Emma's own flesh and blood, literally. Research into the phrases on the wall revealed the 7-headed serpent was Mushushu, a monster from Sumerian mythology associated with the god of water and creation. Dis referred to the city encompassing the lower circles of hell in Dante's Inferno, specifically the 6th through 9th circles, where heretics and traitors are punished. Emma survived, physically at least. Severe hypothermia, blood loss, and drug-induced psychosis, according to the hospital. She had no memory of sending those texts or what she did that night. The psychological evaluation suggested a psychotic break triggered by drug use and obsessive research into occult practices. But I can't accept that simple explanation. I've seen drug overdoses, psychotic episodes, suicide attempts. This was something different. 3 things still haunt me that the official report doesn't explain. First, the water in that tub was cold, but somehow it hadn't frozen, despite the apartment having no heat for what the electric company confirmed was 3 days. The temperature in that bathroom was 28 degrees Fahrenheit when measured, below freezing. Second, the The crime scene photos of the bathroom wall showed 7 distinct handprints in blood above the bathtub that none of us remembered seeing when we were there. Not one handprint, but 7 different sizes. And third, the night we found Emma, after we'd finished processing the scene and I was getting into my car to leave, I glanced up at her apartment window. It was dark except for what looked like candlelight flickering in the bathroom. But we'd blown out all the candles before leaving. As I watched, a silhouette passed in front of that light. Not Emma's. She was still in the hospital. Not anyone's I recognized. Just a shape, tall and unnaturally thin, with what looked like multiple appendages extending from its head. I almost went back up to check, but something stopped me. Some primal instinct screaming to get in my car and drive away. I called in another unit to check the apartment again. They reported finding nothing unusual. No candles lit, no signs of entry, no one inside. Emma's ex told us later that she'd become obsessed with Sumerian water rituals after finding an old book at an estate sale 3 months earlier. He left when she started filling journals with writings that weren't in her handwriting or even in English. I drove by that apartment complex last week. Unit 2B is still vacant. The property manager said they've had trouble with the plumbing in that unit. Something about water backing up in the bathtub at the same time every night, around 11:30. I requested all the evidence from that night be stored permanently rather than destroyed after the case was closed. Sometimes I think about those 7 little figurines in their evidence bags down in storage. I wonder if they're still watching. Story 6. I never believed in ghosts. That was until we moved to Breckenridge last year, and I inherited some of my grandmother's furniture after she passed away. Now I'm not so sure what to believe anymore. My grandmother lived in her house since 1964. She was one of those people who kept everything in pristine condition. When she passed, my mom asked if I wanted any of her furniture since we had just bought our house and were trying to furnish it without breaking the bank. I happily accepted a beautiful oak dining table, a few chairs, and this really gorgeous antique dresser with intricate carvings on it. I decided I would refinish them to match our decor. We set up the dresser in our spare bedroom, which I was using as my little DIY workshop. I started sanding it down on a Saturday morning while my husband Mike took our 4-year-old daughter Emma to her swim lesson. The dresser had this musty smell, kind of like old books and something else I couldn't quite place. As I was working on it, I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I'd turn around, but of course no one was there. I blamed it on being alone in a still unfamiliar house. That night was when things started getting weird. Mike and I were watching TV in our bedroom when we both heard a squeak from the living room. It sounded exactly like our dog Rocky's rubber chicken toy, that unmistakable high-pitched squeak. The thing is, Rocky was locked in his crate in the laundry room for the night, and all his toys were in there with him. "Did you hear that?" Mike asked, muting the TV. I nodded. "Maybe Emma got up?" Mike went to check on Emma, but she was fast asleep. Then he headed to the living room to investigate while I stayed with her. After about 5 minutes, he came back looking pale. "What's wrong?" I asked. He sat down on the edge of the bed and ran his hands through his hair. "I saw someone in the living room." His voice was barely above a whisper. My heart started racing. "What do you mean you saw someone? Like an intruder?" He shook his head. "No, it was a kid, a little boy. He was sitting on the couch with his face buried in his knees. He had on white shorts and these white shoes with black tips, like old-fashioned tennis shoes or something." "Mike, that's not funny," I said. feeling my skin prickle with goosebumps. I'm not joking, Lucy. When I turned on the light, he was gone. Just gone. We searched the entire house, checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. We even checked under the beds and in all the closets. Nothing. We barely slept that night, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house. The next morning, I convinced myself that Mike had just been tired and seeing things. We didn't mention it again, but I could tell he was on edge, constantly glancing toward the living room whenever we were in the kitchen or dining area. About 4 days later, Emma and I were coloring at the kitchen table while Mike was at work. Out of nowhere, she asked, "Mommy, can Daniel have a cookie too?" I looked around, confused. "Who's Daniel, sweetie?" "My friend," she said, continuing to color. "He plays with me at night." My stomach dropped. "What does Daniel look like?" She didn't look up from her coloring. "He has white shorts and special shoes, white with black on the front. He's sad sometimes." I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Where does Daniel live?" "In the closet with Grandma's things," she said matter-of-factly. "He only comes out at night. He plays in the living room and then sleeps on the couch." I called Mike immediately. When I told him what Emma had said, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. "Mike," I finally said, "that's exactly what I saw," he whispered. "The white shorts, the shoes. Lucy, I didn't tell Emma about what I saw. How would she know that?" When Mike got home, we sat Emma down and asked her more about Daniel. She wasn't scared at all when she talked about him. She said Daniel was a little bigger than her, maybe 7 or 8 years old. She said sometimes he cried because his tummy hurt really bad. "He was crying when Daddy saw him," she explained. "That's why his face was in his knees. His tummy was hurting so much." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Mike looked at me, his face drained of color. We hadn't told Emma anything about Mike seeing a boy with his face buried in his knees. That night, after Emma went to bed, we went through the items we'd stored in the closet, things from my grandmother's house. There were photo albums, some old books, a few trinkets, and a wooden box I'd never seen before. Inside the box were some letters, a small baseball, and a faded photograph of a young boy standing next to my grandfather on a beach. The boy was wearing white shorts and what looked like kid sneakers, white with black on the front. I turned the photo over. Written in my grandmother's handwriting was, "James and Daniel, summer of 1967. "Who's Daniel?" Mike asked, peering over my shoulder. "I have no idea," I admitted. "My grandfather's name was James, but I never heard about a Daniel." I called my mom the next day and asked if she knew who Daniel was. There was a long pause before she answered. "Where did you hear that name?" she asked, her voice strangely tight. I told her about finding the photo. She sighed deeply. "Daniel was the son of our neighbors when I was very young. He and Dad were close. Dad used to take him fishing sometimes because Daniel's father wasn't around much. He died when he was 7 or 8. I think it was appendicitis. It was really sudden, and Dad took it hard. They didn't recognize the symptoms until it was too late. Appendicitis, a terrible stomachache. I felt sick. We installed security cameras in our living room that weekend. We told ourselves it was just for peace of mind, but I think we both wanted proof of what was happening. The cameras had motion detection and would send alerts to our phones when they detected movement. The first night, we got 4 alerts between midnight and 3 in the morning. Each time, the footage showed nothing but our empty living room. The dog toy would squeak, the couch cushions would indent as if someone was sitting there, but there was no one visible on the camera. This continued for about 2 weeks. We'd get alerts, check the footage, and see nothing but evidence that something was there. Toys moving, cushions depressing, but no visible presence. We were exhausted from constantly checking the cameras and jumping at every notification. Emma continued to talk about Daniel. She said he liked to play with Rocky's toys, and that's why we heard the squeaking. She told us Daniel said our house used to look different, with green walls instead of white and scratchy floors instead of carpet. I checked with my mom, and sure enough, she confirmed that when she was a child, the living room had green wallpaper and wool carpeting that was apparently quite rough on bare knees. Then one morning, as I was making breakfast, Emma came into the kitchen looking solemn. "Daniel's gone," she announced. I paused with the spatula mid-flip. "What do you mean, gone?" "He said goodbye last night. He's going to heaven now." She climbed onto her chair at the table like this was perfectly normal information to share at breakfast. "He said thank you for letting him play here." Mike and I exchanged looks. We hadn't discussed Daniel in front of Emma in days, trying not to encourage what we'd been hoping was just an active imagination. "Did he say anything else?" Mike asked carefully. Emma nodded. "He said the medicine you put on his special box helped his tummy feel better." I nearly dropped the plate I was holding, the wooden box I'd found with Daniel's photo in it. I'd been refinishing it along with the dresser, using the same furniture polish. It was sitting on top of the dresser in the spare room. That night, there were no alerts from the security cameras. The house was completely silent. We haven't heard the dog toy squeak or seen any unexplained indentations on the couch since then. It's been 3 months now. I found out more about Daniel from the local library archives. His full name was Daniel Prescott. He lived next door to my grandparents in the late 60s. He died in 1968 from a ruptured appendix. He was 8 years old. There's a photo of him in the Town Historical Society's records. He's wearing white shorts and Keds sneakers with black tips on the front in that picture too. It must have been his favorite outfit. I've put his photo back in the wooden box, along with the baseball. The box sits on our mantle now. Sometimes I talk to it, telling Daniel about our day or how Emma is doing. Mike thinks it's silly, but he doesn't stop me. Every once in a while, Rocky will stare intently at an empty spot on our couch and wag his tail. Emma doesn't mention Daniel anymore, but sometimes she'll look at the same spot Rocky watches and smile. I don't know what happened in our house those strange weeks. I don't know why Daniel was here or why he left. Part of me wonders if my grandmother's furniture somehow brought him with it, or if he was already here, waiting for someone to notice him. I wonder if whatever I used to refinish that dresser and box somehow awakened something or finally helped him find peace. All I know is that something was in our house, something only our daughter could see clearly, and now it's gone. Sometimes I catch myself listening for the squeak of Rocky's toy in the middle of the night, but it never comes. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe something was here, something that knew things only Daniel could have known, something that's now at peace. And honestly, that's enough for me. Story 7. I've debated for months whether to share this, but I need to get it off my chest. I was the last person to see Timothy Barnes alive on July 5th, 1988, and I've carried this weight for over 35 years. I was 23 that summer, working as a seasonal ranger at Yosemite. It was my second season, and I loved every minute of it. The park was my escape from a messy breakup and pressure from my parents to get a real job after college. That morning was perfect. Clear blue skies, comfortable temperature, the kind of day that makes you grateful to be alive and outdoors. My assignment that day was to hike the Murphy Creek Trail to check on trail conditions and chat with any hikers about safety. This was back before cell phones, when being in the backcountry meant true isolation. The trail wasn't heavily used compared to the valley floor, but it got enough traffic that I'd typically see 4 or 5 groups on a summer day. I set out around 8:30 in the morning from the trailhead near Tenaya Lake. About a mile in, I spotted him, a tall guy in a white t-shirt with a red F. I assumed it was for some sports team, gray sweatpants, and a bright yellow day pack that stood out against the forest. He was moving at a good clip, clearly fit and comfortable on the trail. We exchanged the usual hiker greetings, and he introduced himself as Tim. He mentioned he was heading to Polydome Lakes, planning to be back before dark. Something I'll never forget. He had this infectious enthusiasm, the way he described wanting to find a specific granite outcropping he'd seen in a hiking magazine. I remember thinking, this guy really loves being out here. I gave him the standard safety spiel, warned him about the misleading trail junctions near the lakes, and we parted ways. Nothing seemed off. Nothing. He was well prepared for a day hike, had water, seemed to know where he was going. If anything, he was better equipped than most day hikers I encountered. I continued my patrol, checking in with a few other hikers and doing some light trail maintenance. Around 2 in the afternoon, I reached a high point overlooking part of the route to Polydome. The visibility was excellent, and I scanned the landscape with my binoculars. Force of habit. That's when I saw him again, or at least I thought it was him. The yellow backpack was distinctive. He was way off trail, moving across a granite dome maybe a half mile from the lakes. Not technically prohibited, but unusual. Something about the way he was moving caught my attention. He wasn't hiking normally, more like he was following something. He'd take a few steps, stop, look around, then change direction abruptly. I watched for maybe 5 minutes before he disappeared behind a rock formation. I didn't think much of it then. Experienced hikers sometimes went off trail to explore. I finished my patrol route and headed back to the ranger station by late afternoon. The next morning, everything changed. My supervisor called me in before my shift started. A man matching Tim's description hadn't returned from his hike. His car was still at the trailhead, and his hotel room had his belongings undisturbed. They were organizing search parties and wanted my statement since I was the last known person to see him. I told them everything I remembered, what he was wearing, our conversation, seeing him later on the granite dome. I joined one of the search teams heading to the area where I'd last spotted him. What followed was 4 days of the most intense searching I've ever participated in. We had experienced search and rescue teams, dogs, helicopters with thermal imaging when they became available. I kept going back to that spot where I'd seen him behaving strangely, convinced we'd find something there. A clue, equipment, anything. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. No tracks beyond a certain point. No discarded gear. No signs of a fall or injury. The weather had been perfect. No sudden storms. No extreme temperatures. The dogs couldn't pick up a scent. It was like he had simply vanished mid-step. On the 3rd day of searching, something happened that I've never told anyone officially. I was paired with another ranger and a volunteer, searching a section of forest near where the granite dome transitions to woodland. We'd spread out about 30 yards apart, doing a grid search, when I heard something. A distant whistle, like someone trying to signal. I called out to my partners, but they were too far away to hear the whistle themselves. I radioed my position and headed toward the sound. It came 3 times, each time seeming to move further away. I followed it deeper into the forest eventually reaching a small clearing with a boulder field on one side. The whistling stopped. The forest became unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. I've spent thousands of hours in wilderness areas, and this silence was wrong, oppressive. The hair on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming sense of being watched. That's when I noticed the pattern in the boulder field. 5 rocks arranged in a perfect pentagon, each about the size of a basketball. In the center was a smaller stone, and on it was a single coin, a penny face down. I'm not superstitious, but something about this felt deliberately placed, recent. The rocks showed no signs of having been there long, no lichen growth, no settling into the soil. I took out my camera to document it, and the damn thing wouldn't work. Brand new batteries that morning, but the camera was dead. As I was trying to get it working, I heard my name being called. My search partners had caught up with me. When I turned back to show them the rock formation, it was gone. Not just the pattern, the entire boulder field looked different. The penny was gone too. My partner could tell something was wrong with me, but I brushed it off as exhaustion. What was I supposed to say? That rocks moved on their own? That I was hearing whistles no one else could hear? By day 4, the official search was scaling back. They'd found absolutely nothing. No tracks, no clothing, fibers, no signs of struggle or accident. It was as if Tim had walked to a certain point and then been lifted straight up into the air. That evening, back at the ranger station, I was looking through topographic maps of the area, obsessing over where he could have gone. One of the older rangers, Dave, sat down across from me. He'd been at Yosemite for over 20 years. "Sometimes the park keeps its secrets," he said quietly. When I asked what he meant, he told me about other disappearances over the years. Hikers who vanished without a trace in perfect conditions. Experienced outdoorsmen who seemed to have been swallowed by the wilderness. He mentioned how Native Americans used to consider certain areas of the park as places where the veil between worlds was thin. I thought he was just trying to make me feel better about a failed search, until he described something that made my blood run cold. Years earlier, a child had gone missing near Polydome Lakes. When they found him 2 days later, unharmed but confused, he talked about following the whistling man and seeing rocks that moved on their own. I wanted to tell Dave what I'd experienced, but my rational mind kept intervening. Missing hikers have logical explanations. People fall, get disoriented, misjudge terrain. I was stressed and sleep-deprived from the search. That's why I heard whistling. That's why I thought I saw a boulder formation that wasn't there. But I couldn't shake what happened next. That night, I dreamed of Tim. He was standing on the granite dome where I'd last seen him, but now he was facing me. His yellow backpack was gone, and his white shirt with the red F was dirty and torn. He was trying to speak, but I couldn't hear him. Behind him stood a tall figure, blurry and indistinct, like a heat mirage. The figure put its hand on Tim's shoulder, and Tim's expression changed to one of terror. I woke up drenched in sweat. The next day, I requested assignment to a different area of the park. I couldn't go back to that trail. My supervisor assumed I was upset about the failed rescue, which was partly true. 3 weeks later, after I'd done everything possible to avoid thinking about Tim Barnes, I was sorting through equipment in the storage shed when I found a yellow backpack. Not just any yellow backpack, the exact same model and color as Tim's. It wasn't logged in our lost and found inventory. No one knew how it got there. The pack was empty, except for a single penny, face down at the bottom. I should have reported it. I should have reopened the investigation. but something stopped me. A bone-deep fear that pursuing this would lead somewhere I didn't want to go. I put the backpack back where I found it, and the next day, it was gone. No one had signed into the storage shed but me. That was my last season at Yosemite. I transferred to a national park in Arizona, then eventually left the Park Service altogether. I've never gone back to Polydome Lakes or hiked solo since then. I can't explain what happened to Timothy Barnes. The rational part of me says he had an accident in a place where he couldn't be found, where nature quickly reclaimed any evidence. The rest of me remembers the silence in that forest, the rocks that weren't there, the whistling that no one else heard. Sometimes I still dream about him. In every dream, he's trying to tell me something, and that blurry figure stands behind him. And every time I have that dream, I wake to find a single penny face down somewhere in my house. I don't know what happened to Tim Barnes on July 5th, 1988, but I know the official reports are missing crucial details that I was too afraid to share. And I know that something in those woods was aware of us, watching us, maybe even hunting us. Tim was just the one it chose. Story 8. I still can't believe I was stupid enough to go hiking alone. Everyone warned me, but I didn't. Listen, I thought I was being so empowered and brave, but really I was just being naive. It's been 3 months since my trip to the Pacific Crest Trail near Tehachapi, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing that damn song. Let me back up. I'm a 32-year-old woman living in Los Angeles. I work in marketing, which means I spend way too many hours staring at screens and sitting in traffic. I'd been feeling completely burnt out, the kind where you start questioning all your life choices. Then I read Wild by Cheryl Strayed, and something just clicked. I needed to disconnect and challenge myself physically. Get back to basics, you know. I'm not completely reckless. I did my research. I got the proper permits, bought good gear, took a wilderness first aid course, and even brought my Sig Sauer P365 with me. I'm licensed to carry and have been shooting since I was a teenager, thanks, Dad. I planned a 5-night trek along a section of the PCT near the western edges of the Mojave. Not the most difficult portion, but challenging enough for someone who normally considers a hike to be walking up the stairs instead of taking the elevator. The first 2 days were brutal, but in a good way. My muscles ached, my feet were blistered, but I felt so alive. The landscape was breathtaking, all those endless vistas that make you feel tiny and significant at the same time. I reached Lake Isabella on the 2nd day, right on schedule, and kept moving toward Sugarloaf Mountain Campground, where I planned to spend my 3rd night. That 3rd day is when everything went to hell. I must have missed a trail marker because I suddenly realized the path didn't look right. The PCT is pretty well marked, and I had maps and GPS, but somehow I'd wandered off onto what looked like a game trail. I was getting frustrated and a bit anxious when this guy appeared out of nowhere. He introduced himself as Alan, said he was a local who liked to hike these parts. He was maybe in his 50s, wearing a faded Dodgers cap and carrying a well-worn backpack. He seemed nice enough, pointed me back toward the PCT, and walked with me for about half a mile. As we walked, he asked the usual questions: where I was from, how long I'd been hiking, if I was enjoying the trail. Then he asked if I was camping alone, which immediately put me on alert. But he quickly explained he was just concerned because there was a storm front predicted for later in the week, and solo hikers sometimes get in trouble when weather turns. I relaxed a bit after that. Just before we parted ways, Alan mentioned something that I wish I'd paid more attention to. "You'll be passing near Old Ben's territory," he said. adjusting his cap. "Don't be alarmed if you see him. He's been living out here for decades. Bit of a hermit, but harmless." When I asked more, Alan explained that Ben was an eccentric who lived somewhere in the wilderness between Black Mountain and Sugarloaf Mountain. Apparently, he was well known to locals, some kind of Vietnam vet who decided he preferred trees to people. Alan assured me Ben was harmless but a bit off, and that hikers occasionally reported strange encounters with him. I thanked Alan for his help and continued on my way, thinking nothing more of it. I reached my planned campsite near Sugarloaf by late afternoon. It was a beautiful spot, a small clearing surrounded by pine trees with a view of the mountains. I set up my tent, collected some firewood, and was just preparing to cook dinner when I felt it. You know that feeling when someone's watching you, that prickle on the back of your neck? I looked up and scanned the tree line, and that's when I saw him. He was partially hidden between two large pines about 30 yards away, but I could clearly make out a human figure dressed in what looked like homemade camouflage. His hair and beard were long, matted, and filthy, covering most of his face. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just standing there, watching me. I decided to be friendly, but cautious. I raised my hand and waved. He waved back, but something about it was wrong. It wasn't a normal wave. It was like he was mimicking me, but in a crude, exaggerated way, like someone who had seen humans wave, but didn't quite understand the social context. "Hello there," I called out, trying to sound confident. "Hello there," he repeated, in almost exactly my tone, but with this weird flat quality underneath. I figured this must be old Ben that Alan had mentioned. I tried a few more times to have a normal conversation, asking if he lived nearby, commenting on the weather, basic stuff. But each time, he just repeated what I said with that same strange intonation. Not quite mocking, but not normal either. After a few minutes of this bizarre exchange, he stepped back and disappeared into the trees. I tried to shake off the uneasiness I felt. Alan had said he was harmless, right? Just an old eccentric. I went back to preparing my dinner, but kept glancing toward where he had been standing. The encounter had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. I ate quickly as the sun began to set, then built up my campfire. I was sitting there watching the flames and writing in my journal when I heard it, the soft crunch of leaves and twigs. Someone walking slowly, deliberately, trying to be quiet but not quite succeeding. I looked up, and there was Ben again. But this time, he wasn't 30 yards away at the tree line. He was maybe 15 feet from my campfire, standing perfectly still. The firelight cast weird shadows across his face, making his features look distorted. His clothes were filthier than I'd initially realized, some kind of patchwork of actual camo gear and what looked like animal hides. The smell hit me even from that distance. Unwashed body, smoke, something rancid. "You shouldn't be this close to my camp," I said firmly, my heart pounding. "Please back up." "You shouldn't be this close," he repeated, but he changed the emphasis. "You shouldn't be this close." "I'm serious," I said, standing up now. "I want you to leave. You're making me uncomfortable." He tilted his head slightly. "I want you uncomfortable. Worry about seeing me." That's when I got genuinely scared. He wasn't just mimicking anymore. He was selecting specific phrases and rearranging them in a way that sounded threatening. I reached into my pocket where I kept my pistol. "I have a gun," I said, pulling it out and holding it visibly but pointed at the ground. "I don't want to use it, but I will if I have to. Please leave now." His eyes fixed on the gun, and for the first time he didn't immediately respond. He stared at it for what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds. Then he looked back at my face. "I will if I have to," he said slowly, then turned and walked back into the darkness. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the pistol. I debated packing up right then and hiking out with my headlamp, but it was already fully dark, and I knew night hiking alone would be dangerous. I decided to stay put, keep the fire going, and remain vigilant. I didn't sleep much that night. Every noise made me jump. Around 1 in the morning, I dozed off briefly, only to be jerked awake by the sound of movement. Not on the ground this time, but above me. I froze, straining to hear. There was a soft scraping sound, the creak of branches bending under weight. Ben was climbing one of the trees near my tent. I could hear him settling onto a branch, the soft rustle of clothing. I grabbed my pistol and flashlight, but I was afraid to shine it up into the trees. What if it provoked him? What if he had a weapon too? So I just lay there, clutching my gun, listening to him shift occasionally in the tree above. Hours passed like this. At some point, around 3 a.m., according to my watch, he started singing. Very softly at first, barely audible, but then a bit louder. It was a simple, childlike melody, but the lyrics turned my blood to ice. "I'm just a little sleepwalker, walking through the night, following the moonbeams, shining oh so bright. I'm dreaming of that girl I'm gonna keep so pretty when she's crying, so beautiful asleep." He sang it over and over, sometimes changing words slightly, sometimes humming parts. I lay there frozen, unable to even cry, my knuckles white around the grip of my pistol. The worst part was that his voice wasn't menacing or growling. It was oddly gentle, almost sweet, which somehow made it infinitely more terrifying. When the first gray light of dawn finally appeared, I heard him climb down from the tree. I tensed, expecting him to approach my tent, but instead, I heard his footsteps receding into the forest. I waited until full daylight, then packed my things faster than I ever have in my life. I abandoned my original itinerary completely. No way was I spending another night out there. I hiked with my gun in my hand the entire way back, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. I reached Lake Isabella by late afternoon and checked into the first motel I found. Even behind locked doors, I couldn't shake the fear. I kept hearing that song in my head. I had nightmares about waking up to find him standing over me, singing about keeping me. I didn't sleep more than 2 hours at a stretch. The next day, I considered reporting the incident to the rangers or police, but what would I say? That a homeless man watched me and sang creepy songs? That he repeated my words? He hadn't actually threatened me or tried to harm me. And according to Alan, the locals all knew about him anyway. I finished my trip a few days early and drove back to Los Angeles, trying to convince myself I had overreacted. But 3 months later, I still can't shake it. I've tried to research Old Ben online, looking for other hikers who might have encountered him, but found nothing concrete. I've had a few people tell me similar stories about hermits or mountain men in various wilderness areas, but nothing specifically about him. I keep thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't brought my gun, or if I'd actually fallen into a deep sleep that night. Would he have just watched me from that tree until morning? Or would he have climbed down to get closer, to keep me, like in his song? I went hiking again last weekend, a popular trail close to the city, with lots of other people around. I thought it would help me get over my fear. Instead, I kept looking at the trees, wondering if someone was watching me from between them. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in the wilderness again. Story 9. I've been putting this off for a long time now, writing it down, talking about it. But the nightmares won't stop, and my therapist says maybe sharing will help. So here goes. It was summer of '79. I was 24, working a dead-end job at a hardware store in Cambridge. My buddy Mark worked at the same place, and our friend Joey was stuck in some office job he hated. We were all feeling that post-college disappointment, you know? Like real life wasn't what we'd been promised. So Mark comes up with this idea for us to go camping for the weekend. Get away from everything. None of us were outdoorsy guys or anything, but it sounded good. Something different. Mark suggested Harold Parker State Forest, about 40 minutes from the city. Big place, 3,000 acres of woods, ponds, trails. We figured we'd fish, hike, drink some beers. Normal guy stuff. I drove us all up there in my beat-up blue Datsun hatchback on Friday. We had the bare minimum. Mark brought this old two-man tent that had duct tape patches all over it. Joey had this tiny one-person Army surplus tent that smelled like mothballs. We threw in some sleeping bags, a cooler of beer and hot dogs, a little camp stove, flashlights, basic stuff. We got there around 4 in the afternoon on Friday and found a decent spot near Berry Pond. Set up our tents, gathered firewood. That first night was actually pretty great. We cooked hot dogs over the fire, drank too many beers, talked shit about our jobs and girlfriends. I remember looking up at the stars and feeling really, free? Like maybe life wasn't so bad. Saturday was good too. We hiked some trails, saw some wildlife. Joey fell in the pond trying to catch a frog, and we laughed our asses off. Mark took pictures with this old camera he had. The whole day felt like we were kids again. That night, we made a bigger fire, finished the rest of our beer. I remember Mark saying how we should do this more often. City life makes you forget what's real, he said. Sunday seemed like another perfect day. We hiked a different trail, one that went deeper into the forest. I remember noticing how quiet it got the further we went. No road noise, no people, just trees and birds. We got back to camp around sunset, made dinner, and sat around talking. Nothing weird or unusual, just 3 friends hanging out. We turned in around 11 that night. Mark and I shared the 2-man tent, and Joey had his own little one. I was tired from all the walking, so I fell asleep pretty quick. I woke up freezing. The first thing I noticed was how cold I was. Then I realized I could see stars. The tent flap was wide open, letting in the night air. I rolled over to tell Mark to zip it up, but his sleeping bag was empty. I checked my watch, 4:32 in the morning. I figured Mark had gotten up to take a piss or something, so I waited. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No Mark. His boots were gone, but his jacket was still there, hanging on the little hook in the tent. That bothered me. It was cold out. Why would he leave without his jacket? After 15 minutes, I started getting worried. I pulled on my shoes and jacket and went to check Joey's tent. I had to shake him pretty hard to wake him up. "Mark's gone," I told him. Joey rubbed his eyes. "What do you mean, gone?" "I mean he's not in our tent and he's been gone for at least 15 minutes. Joey looked at me like I was overreacting, but he got up anyway. We grabbed our flashlights and started calling for Mark. No answer, just our voices echoing back. "Maybe he went down to the pond," Joey suggested. We walked that way, sweeping our lights across the ground, calling Mark's name. Nothing. Then Joey's light caught something on a bush about 20 yards past the pond. As we got closer, I recognized Mark's wool hat, the red and black one he always wore. It was hanging on a branch, like someone had placed it there deliberately. "That's weird," Joey said, grabbing the hat. "Why would he leave this here?" I was starting to get a really bad feeling. Something wasn't right. We kept going, calling for Mark, and about 50 yards further, Joey's light picked up something else. Mark's socks, neatly placed side by side on a fallen log. My stomach dropped. "Joey, this isn't right," I said. "Maybe he's messing with us?" Joey didn't sound convinced. We pressed on, and the sick feeling in my gut got worse when we found Mark's jeans folded over a low branch. Then his t-shirt, then his boxers, hanging from a twig, like someone had carefully placed them there, like breadcrumbs, leading us somewhere. We were both really freaked out now, but we kept following the trail. What else could we do? He was our friend. The trail of clothes led us to a small clearing. Our flashlights swept across the ground, and then, I can't, even now, 40+ years later, I can barely make myself describe what we saw. Mark was lying on his back on the ground. His body was completely naked, and his head was gone. Not like it was hidden or covered up. It was gone, cut off. The cut was so clean and straight, like it had been done with surgical precision. There was blood, but not as much as you'd think, like his heart had already stopped pumping before whatever happened. There were no other wounds on his body, no signs of a struggle, just his headless body lying there, perfectly arranged, arms at his sides. Joey threw up immediately. I just stood there, frozen, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be Mark, but it was. I recognized the small scar on his shoulder from when we were kids. It was him. It was Mark, and his head was gone. I don't really remember the next few minutes clearly. I think I was in shock. Joey was crying, pulling at my arm, saying we needed to get out of there. I remember looking around the clearing, sweeping my flashlight, desperately searching for Mark's head, but it wasn't there. Whoever or whatever had done this had taken it with them. We ran back to camp. I've never run so fast in my life. We grabbed our car keys and wallets, nothing else, and sprinted to my car. I drove like a maniac to the ranger headquarters in Middleton. The rangers called the police. They asked us questions for hours. They went back to the campsite with dogs and search teams. They found Mark's body exactly where we said it would be. They found the trail of clothing. What they never found was his head. They searched for days. The case made the local papers, then faded away. No suspects, no leads, nothing. The police had theories. Maybe a cult, maybe a random psychopath, maybe Mark had enemies we didn't know about. None of it made sense. Mark was just a regular guy who worked at a hardware store. Who would do this to him, and why take his head? The aftermath nearly destroyed me. Joey moved to Oregon 6 months later, couldn't handle being in Massachusetts anymore. I spiraled into drinking and depression, lost my job, lost my girlfriend, lost pretty much everything. Had nightmares every night where I'd see Mark standing at the foot of my bed, headless, trying to tell me something I couldn't understand. It took years of therapy and medication to get somewhat functional again. I'm in my late 60s now. I've never been camping again, never even gone hiking. Can't stand being in forests. The smell of pine trees makes me nauseous. The case is still technically open, but no one's actively working on it. It's just one of those unsolved mysteries that haunts a small town. Every few years, some true crime podcast or local reporter will reach out to ask questions. I usually ignore them. What haunts me most isn't just that Mark died, or even how he died. It's that someone took his head. They took it away with them like a trophy or something. I keep thinking about his eyes. Were they open? Did he know what was happening? Where is his head now, 43 years later? And the way his clothes were laid out like that. like we were being led to him, like whoever did it wanted us to find him, wanted us to see what they'd done. Sometimes I still wake up at exactly 4:32 in the morning, the exact time I woke up and found Mark gone. And for a split second, I swear I can feel someone watching me from the corner of my room. Someone standing in the shadows, someone without a head. I've never told anyone this next part. After all these years, I've kept it to myself because it sounds so crazy. But a week after it happened, I received a small package at my apartment. No return address. Inside was a single pine needle and a scrap of paper with 3 words written on it. He saw something. I never told the police, never told Joey, never told my therapist. What would I say? What did it even mean? What did Mark see out there in those woods? I don't know. I'll never know. All I know is that whatever happened to Mark in Harold Parker State Forest that night in '79 wasn't random. It wasn't just bad luck. He saw something he wasn't supposed to see, and it cost him his head. Story 10. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now, but I still can't sleep properly and need to get this off my chest. What happened to me and my best friend Stephanie on Black Friday has completely destroyed my sense of security. It was the day after Thanksgiving, around 2 in the afternoon. Stephanie and I had been planning our Black Friday shopping trip to Oak Ridge Mall for weeks. We'd mapped out all the stores with the best deals, made our shopping lists, and were ready to brave the crowds for some serious retail therapy. I'd been looking forward to it, not just for the shopping, but because Steph and I both work crazy schedules and rarely get to hang out these days. The mall was absolutely packed, as you'd expect. We'd already hit up 3 stores and were loaded down with bags from Bath & Body Works, Sephora, and H&M. We were laughing about how we'd probably maxed out our credit cards already when my phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Hey Melissa, it's Jack. I'm on break at work. Come say hi at the store." I should mention that our friend Jack works at the Apple store in the mall. We'd talked about maybe stopping by to say hello if we had time, but we hadn't made definite plans. I showed the text to Stephanie. "Did you tell Jack we were coming today?" I asked her. "No, I don't think so," she replied, shifting her shopping bags to her other arm. "Maybe he saw your Instagram story." That made sense. I'd posted a selfie of us in the mall parking lot with the caption, "Black Friday Madness Begins." I texted back, "Hey, we'll try to swing by later. So crowded today." We continued shopping, and about 20 minutes later, my phone buzzed again with another text from the same number. "Where are you guys now? My break is almost over." I felt a little bad that we might miss Jack, so I texted back, "We're near Macy's. Probably won't make it to your store for a while. Too many deals to hit up first." Stephanie suggested we grab some lunch before continuing our shopping marathon, so we headed to the food court. It was a nightmare finding a table. The place was swarming with tired shoppers, crying children, and people desperately hovering around tables, waiting for others to leave. We finally snagged a small table when a family got up, and I practically dove for it while Stephanie went to grab our food. While waiting, I decided to actually call Jack. Something about those texts felt off, and I wanted to confirm if it was really him. I scrolled through my contacts and called him. "Hey, Melissa, what's up?" Jack answered after a few rings. "Hey, are you working today? We got your texts about stopping by." There was a pause. "What texts? I'm not even in town. I'm at my parents' place for Thanksgiving weekend." My stomach dropped. "You didn't text me asking us to come by the store?" "No. I'm in Sacramento until Sunday. What's going on?" My hands started to shake as I explained the texts. Jack sounded concerned and asked for the number that had texted me. When I read it off to him, he confirmed it wasn't his. "That's weird," he said. "Be careful, okay? Let mall security know if anything else happens." I promised I would and hung up just as Stephanie returned with our food. The smile dropped from her face when she saw my expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, setting down the trays. I explained everything to her, showing her the texts. "Jack's not even in town. Someone is pretending to be him." "That's creepy," she said, glancing around the food court nervously. "Maybe it's just a wrong number. But they knew my name and that we're friends with Jack." We both fell silent, picking at our food without much appetite. That's when my phone buzzed again. Same number. "You look cute in that green sweater, Melissa." I froze. I was wearing a green sweater. I showed Stephanie the text, and her eyes widened. "What the actual fuck?" she whispered. I typed back with shaking fingers, "Who is this?" The response came almost immediately. "An admirer. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." "This isn't funny. Stop texting me," I wrote back. The next message made my blood run cold. It was a photo, a slightly blurry, zoomed-in picture of me sitting at our table in the food court, clearly taken within the last minute or two. I shoved my phone at Stephanie. Her face went pale. "We need to go," she said, already gathering her bags. "Now." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly looked around the food court, trying not to be obvious, scanning the sea of faces for anyone looking our way. That's when I saw him. In the far corner of the food court, partially hidden behind a pillar, stood a man staring directly at us. He wasn't trying to hide it. He wasn't pretending to look at something else. He was just watching. And when our eyes met, he smiled. Not a normal, friendly smile, a slow, deliberate grin that made my skin crawl. "Steph," I whispered, not taking my eyes off him. "Don't look now, but there's a guy by the pillar near Panda Express. He's watching us." Stephanie casually turned her head as if looking for something in her bag. "The one in the black jacket? With the beanie?" "Yes," I confirmed, trying to control my breathing. "That's him." We gathered our things as calmly as possible, trying not to draw attention. My phone buzzed again. Leaving so soon? I was enjoying our time together. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my phone. I glanced back at the man, and to my horror, he was now walking toward us, weaving through the tables. "He's coming," I hissed to Stephanie. "Let's go." We abandoned our half-eaten food and speed-walked toward the nearest exit from the food court, laden with shopping bags. I risked a glance back and saw him quickening his pace. "Don't run," Stephanie whispered. "There are security guards by the main concourse. If we run, we'll look crazy." She was right. The last thing we needed was to cause a scene and get detained by security while this creep caught up to us. So we maintained our brisk pace, heading toward the center of the mall, where there would be more people and presumably more security. My phone buzzed again. "You can't get away that easily, Melissa. I know where you parked. Section B, row 4. My breath caught in my throat. He knew where my car was. How long had he been watching us? We reached the main concourse and I frantically looked around for a security guard. There was one near the information desk, but he was dealing with a lost child and frantic mother. "The escalators," Stephanie suggested, pulling me toward them. "Let's go down to the lower level. There are more exits there." We hurried to the escalators, joining the crowd of shoppers moving between floors. As we stepped onto the moving stairs, I risked another look back. He was there, maybe 30 feet behind us, still with that unsettling smile. Our eyes met again, and he raised his hand in a small wave. "He's still following," I whispered to Stephanie. "What do we do?" "When we get to the bottom, we'll split up," she said decisively. "I'll go left, you go right. Circle around and meet at the south entrance to the parking garage. He can't follow both of us." The escalator seemed to be moving in slow motion. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, we reached the bottom. "Now," Stephanie said, "text me when you get there." Before I could protest, she was gone, disappearing into a group of teenagers. I hurried in the opposite direction, ducking into the nearest store, a crowded Forever 21. I weaved through the racks of clothes, constantly looking over my shoulder. I couldn't see him, but that didn't mean he wasn't there. I made my way through the store and out another entrance, which put me in a different part of the mall. Still clutching my shopping bags, I power-walked toward the south entrance, taking a circuitous route through the crowds. My phone remained mercifully silent. When I reached the entrance to the parking garage, I texted Stephanie, "I'm here." No sign of him. She responded immediately, "Almost there. Stay where there are people." I stood near a group of shoppers waiting for someone to pick them up, trying to look casual while scanning every face that passed. 5 minutes later, Stephanie appeared, breathless. "I think we lost him," she said. "Did he text again?" I checked my phone. No, nothing. We hurried into the parking garage, staying close together. My car was parked on the second level, and we practically ran up the stairs, not wanting to wait for the elevator. "Keys," Stephanie reminded me as we approached my car. "Get them out now." I fumbled in my purse, finally locating my keys. We were maybe 20 feet from my car when my phone buzzed again. With trembling hands, I looked at the screen. This was fun. "See you soon, Melissa," accompanied by another picture of my license plate. "Get in the car now," I shouted, no longer caring about staying calm. We sprinted the final distance, and I fumbled with the key fob, hitting the unlock button repeatedly until the lights flashed. We threw our bags in the back seat and jumped in. I locked the doors immediately and started the engine with shaking hands. "Go, go, go!" Stephanie urged, looking around frantically for any sign of him. I reversed out of the spot and drove toward the exit, probably way too fast for a parking garage. We didn't see anyone following us, but that didn't mean he wasn't there. I paid the parking fee at the automated machine and peeled out onto the main road, checking my rearview mirror obsessively. "Should we call the police?" Stephanie asked, still looking behind us. "And tell them what? Some guy took pictures of us in a mall? They won't do anything." My voice sounded hollow, even to myself. We drove straight to my apartment, and Stephanie stayed with me that night. We reported everything to mall security the next day, but without a clear description of the man, just average height, dark hair, black jacket, beanie. There wasn't much they could do. They checked the security cameras, but the food court was so crowded that day, they couldn't identify who might have been watching us. I changed my phone number the next day. I've been jumping at shadows ever since. I check my locks 3 times before going to bed. I park under streetlights and check the back seat of my car before getting in. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing who he is, how he got my number, how long he was watching us before making contact. Not knowing if he really does know where I live. Not knowing if I'll get another text one day from yet another unknown number. "See you soon, Melissa." I haven't been back to that mall since. I don't think I ever will. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to us in Ravens Hollow Forest last summer. It's been 8 months, and I've tried to convince myself it was just our imagination running wild. but I know what we experienced was real. I haven't set foot in any forest since then. It started as just a weekend camping trip. My friend Jeff had just gotten a new tent he wanted to try out, and his girlfriend Nicole suggested we check out this place called Ravens Hollow in Blackwood County. My roommate Charlotte decided to come along too. We're all in our mid-20s, have been camping plenty of times before, so nothing about this seemed unusual. The drive there took about 2 hours. As we got closer, the roads got narrower, the houses fewer, until we were surrounded by nothing but cornfields on both sides. These weren't small fields either. I'm talking about tall corn that stretched for miles, with just this one dirt road cutting through. Jeff was driving, constantly checking his GPS to make sure we hadn't missed our turn. "Are we seriously going to a place called Ravens Hollow?" Charlotte joked from the back seat. "Sounds like the setting of a bad horror movie." I remember laughing it off, but honestly, the name had been bothering me too. Something about it felt ominous. We finally reached the forest entrance around 3 in the afternoon. There wasn't even a proper parking lot, just a small clearing where we left the car. No other vehicles were around. I remember thinking that was a good sign. We'd have the place to ourselves. The forest looked pretty normal from the outside. Tall pine trees, some oaks, nothing special. There was a faded wooden sign that read Ravens Hollow Forest, with some barely legible rules about camping and fires. No ranger station, no maps, just a narrow dirt path leading into the trees. The moment we stepped onto that path, something changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like walking into a vacuum. The sounds from outside, birds, distant traffic, even the rustling of the corn in the breeze, all of it just vanished. The silence wasn't peaceful. It created this pressure in my ears, like when you dive too deep in water. "Is it just me, or is it really quiet in here?" Nicole asked, looking around nervously. Jeff shrugged it off. Probably just the density of the trees absorbing sound. We continued deeper, following what seemed to be a trail, though it kept fading in and out among twisted roots and fallen branches. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of pine needles that muffled our footsteps. It felt like the forest was swallowing every sound we made. After walking for maybe 45 minutes, we found a small clearing that seemed good for camping. Nothing special about it, just a flat area surrounded by trees, with enough space for our 2 tents and a campfire. We started setting up, all of us a bit quieter than usual. I figured everyone was just tired from the hike. As I was hammering in the tent stakes, I kept getting this feeling like I was being watched. I'd turn around quickly, expecting to see someone or something, but there was never anything there, just trees and shadows. But the feeling never went away. By the time we had the tents up and a fire going, the sun was starting to set. The forest got dark fast, way faster than it should have. It was like the trees were grabbing the light out of the air. Our campfire created this small circle of light, but beyond that was just pitch-black darkness. "Anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Charlotte finally said what I'd been thinking all afternoon. "It's just the forest," Jeff said, but I could tell by his voice he didn't believe that. We tried to have a normal camping evening, roasting marshmallows, telling stories. But there was this tension that wouldn't go away. We kept talking louder than necessary, like we were trying to fill the silence with our voices. Around 10, we heard the first noise. It was a twig snapping, somewhere in the darkness beyond our fire. Not unusual in a forest, but what made it weird was how it happened. Snap, pause, snap, pause, snap. Like something was deliberately breaking twigs, one by one. "Probably just a deer," Nicole said. but she moved closer to Jeff. Then we heard more sounds, rustling leaves, more snapping twigs, all spaced out in this unnaturally rhythmic pattern. And they were moving, circling our campsite. Whatever was making those sounds was walking around us, just outside the ring of light from our fire. Jeff grabbed a flashlight and shined it toward the sounds, but the beam didn't penetrate far into the darkness. It was like the forest was absorbing the light. "Hello?" he called out. "Is someone there?" No response, just more calculated movements in the darkness. We sat closer together, all of us facing outward toward the sounds. The fire started dying down, and no one wanted to go get more wood from the pile we'd collected earlier, which now seemed too far away from our circle of safety. That's when Charlotte gasped and pointed. "There! Did you see that?" At first, I didn't see anything. Then I caught it. Movement in the shadows, not like an animal moving through undergrowth, but more like a shadow shifting against the darkness. I couldn't make out a shape, just this sense of something large moving just beyond where our eyes could focus. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Now." No one argued. We grabbed our phones and keys, leaving everything else behind. The tents, our sleeping bags, food, all of it. We just wanted out. We started back the way we came, using our phone flashlights, walking fast and close together. But the trail seemed different, narrower, the trees closer together. I kept feeling like branches were reaching for us, though that had to be my imagination. The sounds followed us, that methodical snap, pause, always just behind us or to the side, never quite visible. We started running, not caring about the trail anymore, just wanting to get back to the car. Somehow we ended up in one of the cornfields. I don't remember crossing from forest to field, but suddenly we were surrounded by tall corn stalks instead of trees. It was disorienting. All the rows looked the same, and in the darkness, we couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. "Which way?" Nicole was crying now, clutching Jeff's arm. "I think the car is this way," Jeff pointed, but he sounded uncertain. As we moved through the corn, I realized something was moving parallel to us, just a row or two over. I could hear corn stalks rustling, see them swaying slightly, like something was pushing through them, something big. "It's hurting us," Charlotte whispered, grabbing my arm so hard it hurt. She was right. Whatever was in there with us wasn't chasing us. It was guiding our path, keeping us moving in a specific direction. Every time we tried to turn a different way, there would be movement on that side, forcing us back. We finally broke free of the corn, finding ourselves at the edge of what seemed to be a property line. There was a dirt road, and in the distance I could see the outline of Jeff's car. We ran toward it, not looking back, and piled in. Jeff's hands were shaking so badly he could barely get the key in the ignition. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. In the moonlight, it was just trees, nothing sinister or unusual about it. But I knew what we'd experienced in there was real. We drove to a motel about 20 miles away and got a room for the night. None of us talked much about what had happened. It was like we were afraid putting it into words would make it more real. But in the morning, Jeff said he wanted to go back for our stuff. "Are you insane?" Nicole almost shouted. "After what happened?" "That was thousands of dollars worth of camping gear," he argued. "And it'll look different in daylight. We probably just spooked ourselves." I didn't believe that for a second, but I also felt stupid running away from what might have just been wildlife and our overactive imaginations. So against my better judgment, I agreed to go back with him. Charlotte and Nicole refused to come, saying they'd wait at the motel. We arrived back at the forest around 11 in the morning. In daylight, it looked completely normal, just a regular forest. The pressure in my ears was gone, and I could hear birds singing. Jeff seemed relieved, already talking about how we'd overreacted. As we walked the trail, trying to find our campsite again, Jeff jokingly called out, "Marco!" I was about to tell him to shut up when a voice from deep in the forest responded, "Polo!" We both froze. The voice was distant but clear. It didn't sound like Charlotte or Nicole. It was lower, almost gravelly. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Jeff nodded, his face pale. "Maybe it's other campers." "Marco!" he called again, his voice shaking slightly. "Polo!" The response came from a different direction this time, closer. Against every instinct telling me to run, we followed the voice. It led us deeper into the forest, beyond where we'd set up camp the night before. The trees grew, denser, older, with thick gnarled trunks covered in dark moss. The ground became uneven, with roots snaking across the forest floor like veins. We came to an old rusted fence, the kind used to mark property lines decades ago. Beyond it were the crumbling stone foundations of what might have been a building. As we got closer, I noticed disturbing details: deep claw marks on the wooden fence posts, dark stains on fallen boards that looked horribly like dried blood. "Marco?" Jeff called again, his voice barely audible. No response this time, just silence. But that feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. It wasn't coming from one direction. It was all around us, like eyes were on us from every angle. "I don't see our tents," I said, looking around. "I don't think this is where we camped." "I don't think we came this far in yesterday," Jeff agreed. "Let's go back." As we turned to leave, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a flash of something dark moving between trees. Jeff saw it too. I could tell by the way he stiffened. "Did you see?" he started. "Yeah," I cut him off. "Let's go, now." We walked quickly, not running but moving fast. The entire time, I kept seeing things at the edge of my vision, shapes moving just out of sight, always gone when I turned to look directly. The birds had stopped singing, and that pressure was back in my ears. We finally made it back to the car, neither of us speaking until we were inside with the doors locked. "What the hell was that?" Jeff finally said, his hands shaking as he started the engine. "I don't know, and I don't want to know," I replied. "Let's just get out of here." We drove back to the motel and told the girls we couldn't find our stuff. We never mentioned the voice that had answered Polo or the abandoned foundation with its disturbing marks. By unspoken agreement, we all just wanted to forget Raven's Hollow Forest. But I can't forget. I still hear that voice in my dreams sometimes, calling Polo from the darkness. I've researched the area since then, trying to find any history about that forest or the ruins we found, but there's almost nothing online about Raven's Hollow. Whatever was in that forest was playing with us. It lured us deeper with that game of Marco Polo, showed us just enough to scare us away. I think about those methodical sounds circling our camp, the way something herded us through the cornfield, that voice responding to Jeff's call. None of it was random. I don't know what would have happened if we'd found our camping gear that day. Maybe nothing, or maybe we would never have made it out of those woods again. Story 12. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 13 years since that day on Rainier, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I'm back there in that blinding whiteout. The wind howling like a living thing trying to tear us off the mountain. I keep seeing Eric's face from earlier that morning, determined and focused as we started our climb in darkness. I was the middle climber that day, July 1st, 2010. Don was on lead, I was in the middle, and Eric was taking up the rear. It wasn't our first rodeo. We'd summited Rainier twice before as a team. Eric was 57, but moved like someone 20 years younger. The man was a machine on the mountain, methodical and steady. That's what makes what happened so damn impossible to understand. We'd set out from Camp Muir around 2 in the morning. The forecast had called for some wind later in the day, but nothing too concerning for early July. The Gibraltar Ledges route isn't the most technical on Rainier, but it's exposed in places with some serious consequences if you make a mistake. That's why we were roped together, standard practice. The pre-dawn climb was actually beautiful. The stars were out, our headlamps cutting through the darkness, the crunch of crampons on firm snow. We were making good time too, maybe too good. We hit the ledges just as first light was breaking. Eric had been unusually quiet during our breaks. Normally he'd crack jokes or talk about his kids, but that morning he seemed, I don't know, distracted. I asked if he was feeling okay when we stopped around 13,000 feet, and he just nodded and said, "Just focus, Trevor, big day." I didn't think much of it at the time. As we pushed higher, the weather started changing, fast. The clear morning gave way to clouds that seemed to materialize around us. By the time we hit 13,500 feet, visibility was dropping and the wind had picked up significantly. Dawn stopped us for a quick meeting. "Weather's turning. We can push for the summit and get back down quick, or we can turn around now. What do you guys think?" We were so close, maybe just another 400 feet to the summit. We'd trained for months. We all agreed to push on, thinking we could tag the top and get back down before things got worse. That was our first mistake. By 13,900 feet, the wind was absolutely screaming. I'm talking 50, maybe 60-mile-per-hour gusts that would literally knock you off your feet if you weren't ready for them. The temperature had plummeted, and the clouds had become this disorienting swirl of white. You couldn't tell up from down sometimes. Don had found a small rocky outcropping that offered a tiny bit of shelter. He signaled for us to huddle up. I remember shouting over the wind, "We need to turn back." He nodded, already reaching for the rope to signal Eric, who was about 60 feet behind us. That's when everything changed. The rope suddenly went slack. At first, I thought Eric had stumbled or was sitting down to rest. Don started pulling the rope in, hand over hand, shouting Eric's name. What came in wasn't Eric. It was just the end of our rope with a tied loop. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The loop was tied perfectly. A figure 8 follow-through, exactly how Eric had tied in that morning. But why would he have untied himself in these conditions? "Eric!" I screamed into the whiteout, my voice immediately swallowed by the wind. Don and I looked at each other, pure panic on our faces. "He must have unclipped to do something and got disoriented," Don yelled. We spent the next hour searching the immediate area, moving in widening circles from where we'd last felt tension on the rope. The conditions were so bad we could barely see 10 feet ahead. We were risking our own lives at that point, but what choice did we have? Our friend was out there somewhere. Finally, Don made the call. "We need to get down and get help. We're not finding him in this." I knew he was right, but leaving felt like we were abandoning Eric. That feeling has never really left me. The descent to Camp Muir was a blur of adrenaline and fear. We moved as fast as safely possible, stopping every few minutes to shout Eric's name into the howling wind. At one point, maybe around 13,600 feet, I spotted something half buried in the snow. It was Eric's backpack. Inside was his harness, his goddamn harness, along with his extra layers and emergency bivvy. That discovery just added to the confusion. Why would he take off his pack and remove his harness? Even more puzzling, Why would he stuff the harness inside the pack? Nothing made sense. About 200 feet higher, we found a small snow cave, freshly dug. Eric's ice axe was stuck in the snow nearby. It looked like he'd started building a shelter then. What? Just walked away in a blizzard? The Eric I knew would never do something so reckless. When we finally reached Camp Muir, we immediately reported what happened to the climbing rangers stationed there. They radioed down to Paradise, and within hours, a search and rescue operation was being organized. But the weather on the upper mountain was deteriorating even further. No one could get up there until morning at the earliest. That night at Camp Muir was the longest of my life. Don and I went over and over what had happened, trying to make sense of it. Had Eric been showing signs of altitude sickness, hypothermia? Those can cause confusion and irrational behavior. But Eric had been climbing for decades. He knew the risks and warning signs better than most. Maybe he needed to use the bathroom, Don suggested at one point. Unclipped to move a few feet away for privacy, and took off his harness completely, and his pack in those conditions? I couldn't buy it. By morning, the first search teams were heading up. Over the next 3 days, the search grew to include over 40 people. NPS rangers, mountain guides, even Army helicopter crews when the weather cleared enough for flying. They searched every possible area where Eric could have traveled from our last known position. They probed crevasses, scanned the glaciers below for any sign of a fall, checked every snow cave and rock outcropping. Nothing. Eric had simply vanished on the mountain. I stayed for the entire search, holding on to hope even as it became increasingly clear that we weren't going to find him alive. The rangers interviewed Don and me multiple times, going over every detail. They were thorough but kind. I could tell they were as baffled as we were. One ranger, a woman who'd been working on Rainier for 20 years, told me something I'll never forget. "Mountains keep secrets," she said. "Sometimes they never give them up." The official report concluded that Eric likely unclipped from the rope for some unknown reason, became disoriented in the whiteout, and fell into a crevasse or off a cliff somewhere on the upper mountain. They theorized that altitude sickness or hypothermia might have impaired his judgment, causing him to make decisions that seemed rational to him at the time, but were actually dangerous. But that explanation has never sat right with me. Eric knew better. He'd survived worse conditions before, and the careful way he'd unclipped and stowed his gear didn't suggest someone making panicked, irrational decisions. I've replayed that day thousands of times in my head. Was there something I missed? A comment Eric made? A sign he was struggling? Should we have turned around earlier? Don hasn't climbed since. He sold all his gear within months of the incident. Me, I've been back to Rainier twice, both times to visit the spot where we last knew Eric was with us. I've sat there for hours, just listening to the mountain, hoping for, I don't know what. Some kind of answer, I guess. There's one detail I've never shared with anyone, not even Don. When we found Eric's snow cave, I noticed something strange in the snow nearby. Footprints. Not Eric's heavy mountaineering boots, but something different, narrower, with an unusual pattern I didn't recognize. They seemed to lead away from the cave, up toward the summit, before disappearing into the wind-scoured ice. At the time, I convinced myself they were just deformations in the snow caused by the wind. The mountain can play tricks on your eyes, especially in a whiteout. But in my darker moments, usually around 2 in the morning when I can't sleep, I wonder, what if they weren't? Eric's wife still calls me every July 1st. We don't talk long. What is there to say? Her husband went up the mountain with us and never came down. No body, no real explanation, just theories and the vast uncaring silence of Mount Rainier. Sometimes I think the not knowing is the cruelest part. If we'd found him, even if we'd found his body, there would be closure, answers. Instead, there's just this hole, this absence that never gets filled. The rangers tell me that sometimes, years later, the mountain gives up its dead. Glaciers move, snow melts, revealing what was hidden. They say it like it's supposed to be comforting. Maybe someday we'll know what happened to Eric. But I'm not sure. I want those answers anymore. Because the truth is, whatever happened up there at 13,900 feet, in those howling winds and blinding snow, it wasn't normal. People don't just vanish like that. Experienced climbers don't just unclip from safety ropes in a whiteout, neatly stow their gear, and disappear without a trace. In all my years of mountaineering, I've developed a healthy respect for the dangers. Avalanches, crevasses, weather, human error. Those I understand. But what happened to Eric that day? That wasn't any of those things. That was something else entirely. And that's why I still can't sleep when the wind picks up at night. Why I wake up sweating, thinking I can hear something calling from the darkness. Because deep down, I know the mountain didn't take Eric. Something else did. Story 13. I still have nightmares about that Thanksgiving night. It's been almost 8 months, but I can still feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins when I think about it. I'd been working at Target for about 3 years at that point. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills while I was finishing college. I actually didn't mind it most of the time, except during the holidays. And Black Friday? Absolute nightmare. This past Thanksgiving was especially brutal. Our store manager had us all working these insane shifts to prepare for the midnight opening. I pulled the short straw and got scheduled from 4 in the afternoon on Thanksgiving Day until midnight, meaning I missed dinner with my family completely. By the time my shift ended, I was beyond exhausted. The store had been absolute chaos from the moment we opened the doors. People shoving each other for discounted TVs, screaming about sale items being out of stock, the works. I'd spent my entire shift restocking shelves and dealing with customers who acted like I personally designed the store layout to inconvenience them. When midnight finally came, all I wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and fall into bed. Our employee lot was around the back of the store, not the main customer lot, but a smaller one with maybe 30 spaces. Since it was the holiday, it was still pretty full with other employees' cars despite the late hour. I remember walking to my car, this beat-up Honda Civic I've had since high school, and feeling this wave of relief that I could finally leave. The night was chilly, typical late November weather in Westfield. My breath made little clouds in the air as I walked, and I remember thinking about how I'd need to scrape frost off my windshield before heading home. I was fumbling for my keys when I heard someone call out behind me, "Hey, excuse me!" I turned around and saw this guy walking towards me. He was wearing a Target red polo and khakis, our uniform, and had a name tag, though I couldn't read it from that distance. He was maybe in his late 20s or early 30s, average height, with short brown hair. Nothing remarkable about him, really. Just looked like another Target employee. "Sorry to bother you," he said, approaching me with this apologetic smile. "My car won't start, and I'm trying to figure out how to get home. You're headed toward the east side, right?" I hesitated. I didn't recognize him, but that wasn't unusual. Our store had around 200 employees, and with the holiday staffing and seasonal hires, there were plenty of faces I didn't know. Plus, after an 8-hour shift dealing with Black Friday madness, my brain was barely functioning. Yeah, I live over by Maple Creek, I said. His face lit up. That's perfect. I'm just past there in Ridgewood. Any chance I could get a ride? I can give you gas money. I remember standing there for a moment, trying to place him. The parking lot lights cast this weird yellow glow over everything, making shadows stretch long across the pavement. My feet hurt, my back ached, and all I wanted was to get home. Do you work in electronics? I asked, still trying to figure out if I'd seen him around. Nah, I'm usually in the stockroom. Just started a few weeks ago. I'm Mike. He extended his hand, and I shook it automatically. I totally understand if it's too much trouble. I can try to find someone else. I felt guilty at the thought of leaving him stranded on Thanksgiving night. It was freezing, the buses weren't running, and Ubers would be charging triple with the holiday. No, it's fine, I said finally. I can drop you off. The relief on his face seemed genuine. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. I unlocked my car, and he got in the passenger side. There was this brief moment where I felt a flicker of unease, but I pushed it away. He was a co-worker, wearing the same uniform I was. What was there to worry about? I pulled out of the lot and headed toward the main road. The streets were weirdly empty. I guess everyone was either still shopping or passed out from Thanksgiving dinner. So how long have you worked at Target? I asked, trying to make conversation. About a month, he said. Seasonal hire. Black Friday was intense, huh? We chatted about work as I drove. Nothing deep, just normal co-worker small talk. He complained about the same managers I found difficult to work with, talked about how crazy some of the customers had been that night. All perfectly normal. You'll want to take a left up here on Oakwood, he said, after we'd been driving for about 15 minutes. I frowned slightly. Oakwood didn't sound familiar, and it wasn't on my usual route home. Is that a shortcut? I asked. Yeah, it cuts through to Ridgewood, avoids all the traffic by the mall. It made sense, especially on Black Friday, so I followed his directions. We turned onto Oakwood, which was a much darker street than the main road. The streetlights were spaced farther apart, and there were these massive old trees lining both sides. The houses were set back from the road, large properties with long driveways. It's the next right, he said after a couple minutes. Cedar Lane. Cedar Lane was even darker and narrower than Oakwood. The houses here were really spread out, each one sitting on what looked like at least an acre of land. I started feeling uncomfortable. This didn't look like a neighborhood I'd ever been through before, and it definitely didn't seem like a shortcut to anywhere. My place is right up here, he said, pointing to a driveway on the right, the one with the brick mailbox. I pulled into the driveway, which was long and curved, with tall bushes on either side. The house at the end was dark, no porch light or anything, just a shadowy shape against the night sky. Thanks again for the ride, he said, but he didn't move to get out. Instead, he pulled out his phone. Just need to text my roommate to let him know I'm home. He locks the deadbolt at night. I sat there waiting, fingers tapping nervously on the steering wheel. Something felt off. The house was completely dark. Wouldn't his roommate have left a light on if he was expecting him? That's when I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. A large SUV turned into the driveway behind us, effectively blocking me in. Its high beams were on, flooding my car with light and making it impossible to see who was driving. "Who's that?" I asked, my voice suddenly sounding too high. The guy, Mike, didn't answer immediately. He was still staring at his phone, but I could see his mouth twitch into what almost looked like a smile. "Probably just the neighbors," he said, but there was something different in his voice now. The SUV's engine cut off, and I watched in horror as two men got out. They were both big guys, wearing dark clothes, and they started walking toward my car. That's when Mike finally looked up from his phone. "Why don't you get out and come inside? We can all have a drink." His whole demeanor had changed. The friendly, slightly awkward coworker was gone, replaced by someone with cold eyes and a small, satisfied smile. "I really need to get home," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "My roommate is expecting me." He laughed. "No one's expecting you. It's almost 1 in the morning on Thanksgiving. Everyone thinks you're at work or asleep." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The two men were at the back of my car now. One of them moved toward my door. "Get out of the car, Jamie," Mike said, and hearing him say my name sent a chill down my spine. I hadn't told him my name. The guy on my side reached for the door handle and pulled. Thank God I always lock my doors while driving, an old habit my dad had drilled into me. He rattled the handle harder, then knocked on the window. "Open the door," he called, his voice muffled through the glass. Mike was still watching me with that small smile. "Don't make this difficult. We just want to talk." In that moment, I made the decision that probably saved my life. I still had the keys in the ignition. The car was still running, and while they had me blocked from behind, there was nothing in front of me except the yard. Without giving myself time to second guess, I slammed the car into drive, hit the gas, and drove straight across the front lawn. The car bounced and jolted as it went over what felt like every rock and root on the property. I could hear Mike swearing beside me, grabbing at the dashboard. I swerved around the SUV, tires screeching as I hit the pavement and accelerated down Cedar Lane. In my rearview mirror, I could see the two men running back to their vehicle, and Mike, or whatever his real name was, had jumped out of my car when I slowed to make the turn. I drove like a maniac, taking random turns, constantly checking my mirrors to see if they were following me. I was sobbing by this point, shaking so hard I could barely hold the steering wheel. Eventually, I found my way back to a main road I recognized, and only then did I pull over and call 911. The police took my statement, but they couldn't find the house I described. When we drove back through the area the next day, none of the properties matched exactly what I remembered. And when they checked with Target, there was no employee named Mike matching the description I gave. The security footage from the employee parking lot showed him approaching me, wearing a Target uniform complete with name tag, but no one at the store had ever seen him before. He'd never worked there. The uniform, the stories about managers, the casual knowledge of the store, it had all been research. They'd been watching me, learning my patterns, maybe for weeks. The police think it was an attempted abduction. 3 women had gone missing from neighboring counties in the past year, all last seen leaving their jobs at night. None of them have been found. I still work at Target. I need the money. But I've switched to day shifts only. I never walk to my car alone. I've taken self-defense classes and carry pepper spray. But the worst part is knowing that they're still out there. They know what I look like, where I work. Sometimes when I'm on shift, I catch myself scanning every male customer's face, wondering if it's him. And every night when I get home, I double-check all my locks and windows. Because the most terrifying thing about that night wasn't just what almost happened. It's that they spent weeks planning it. They studied me, learned my routines. They knew exactly how to exploit my trust by posing as a co-worker. I keep asking myself how many other unsuspecting people they've trapped this way, and whether they'll try again with someone else. Story 14. I still have a hard time talking about this. It's been almost 20 years since it happened, but sometimes I still wake up at night seeing those eyes. Those fucking eyes. I was deployed to Iraq in late 2004 with the Marine Corps during the Second Battle of Fallujah. Operation Phantom Fury, they called it. I'd been in country for a few months by then, seen some combat, lost some friends, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened in the Jolan district. Our squad was tasked with clearing buildings in one of the worst areas of the city. Fallujah at that time was basically the Super Bowl for jihadists. Fighters from all over the Middle East had poured in to fight Americans. The whole city was a death trap. IEDs everywhere, snipers and minarets, the whole 9 yards. It was early November. I remember the weather being cooler than I expected for Iraq. We'd been going house to house for days. Everyone was exhausted, running on minimal sleep and maximum caffeine. My body ached from carrying gear in the heat, and the constant tension of expecting an ambush around every corner had my nerves frayed to breaking point. That day, our 4-man team got orders to secure this half-finished 2-story house at the end of a narrow street. The place was surrounded by this high concrete wall with just one entry point, a hole that had been blown through it by some previous fighting. The whole neighborhood was eerily quiet, that kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. Martinez was on point, followed by Dawson with the saw, then me, with Reynolds watching our 6. We'd been working together for months, knew each other's movements, trusted each other with our lives. You develop this 6th sense of how your teammates move, breathe, think. We stacked up at the hole in the wall, and Martinez gave the signal. We moved through in practiced formation, weapons up, scanning for threats. The courtyard was empty, except for some construction debris and a dead dog that had been there for days, judging by the smell. The house itself had no front door, just an open doorway leading into a dim hallway. The interior smelled like dust, mold, and something else I couldn't place, something chemical. We cleared the first room, empty except for some old furniture and scattered trash. As we approached the hallway leading deeper into the house, I heard footsteps. That's when things went sideways. This guy just appears at the end of the hall, Middle Eastern, maybe early 30s, scraggly beard, wearing this dirty dish dasha. Before he even realizes we're not his buddies, he calls out, "Mustafa?" His voice echoed in the empty hallway. Time seemed to slow down. I remember everything in this hyper-detailed way. The way his eyes widened when he realized we were Americans. The slight twitch of his hand toward his waistband. The way Dawson, without hesitation, opened up with the saw. The sound was deafening in that enclosed space. 15, maybe 20 rounds hit the guy's center mass, chest, stomach, everywhere. I saw the impacts, saw his body jerk with each hit. Blood sprayed across the wall behind him. He dropped straight down like a sack of potatoes, not even putting his hands out to break his fall. Just crumpled. He was dead. No question about it. Nobody takes that many 5.56mm rounds to the chest and lives. Martinez signaled for us to continue clearing the building. I got tasked with watching our entry point, while the others moved upstairs to check the second floor. I remember standing there, sweat running down my back, the smell of cordite still heavy in the air, listening to my teammates' boots creaking on the stairs. After a few minutes, Reynolds comes back down and says they need to check the dead guy's phone for intel. "Williams, grab his cell," he tells me. "We need to bag it for the intelligence guys." I nodded and moved back to the hallway where the body was. Except it wasn't. There was a pool of blood where he'd fallen, a smear leading toward one of the side rooms, but no body. My blood went cold. "Reynolds," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "The tango's gone." "What the fuck do you mean, gone?" "I mean he's not fucking here." I raised my rifle, following the blood trail with the barrel. It led to a door on the right side of the hallway, a door that had been closed when we first came through. Now it was slightly ajar. Reynolds called the others on the radio. They started making their way back down. I kept my eyes locked on that door, my finger hovering just outside the trigger guard, ready. That's when I heard it. This wet, gurgling breathing coming from behind the door. Not normal breathing. The kind of sound someone makes when their lungs are filling with blood. I was frozen in place, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I'd been in firefights before, been shot at, nearly hit by an IED once, but nothing ever scared me like that sound. The door suddenly flew open, and the same guy, the one who'd taken enough rounds to kill a rhino, charged out. His chest and stomach were shredded, blood soaked his entire front, but his eyes, Jesus Christ, his eyes were wide open, pupils dilated to the point where they looked completely black. And he was completely silent. No war cry, no Allah Akbar, nothing. Just those wide, unblinking eyes locked on me. He had a knife raised above his head, one of those curved Jambia daggers, moving way faster than someone with those injuries should be able to move. I fired. So did Reynolds. Rounds hit him in the chest again, more blood sprayed, but he kept coming, like he couldn't feel it. Like he was already dead, but his body didn't know it yet. Dawson and Martinez came thundering down the stairs, and Dawson opened up with the saw again. The rounds hit the guy in the head this time. I'll never forget it. Parts of his skull just disintegrated. Brain matter and bone fragments hit the wall. Finally, he dropped. For real this time. We all stood there, breathing hard, nobody saying a word. I could hear a ringing in my ears from the gunfire. Smell the coppery scent of blood mixed with shit where his bowels had released. "Check him," Martinez finally said, his voice tight. Reynolds and I approached cautiously, rifles trained on the body. I nudged him with my boot. Nothing. I knelt down and checked for a pulse, even though there was no way he could be alive with half his head missing. Nothing. "What the fuck was that?" Reynolds whispered. We cleared the rest of the house in a state of hypervigilance I can't even describe. In the room the guy had come from, we found something that at least partially explained what we'd witnessed. Needles, dozens of them, vials of liquid. Later we found out they contained a mixture of epinephrine, amphetamines, and God knows what else. These guys were jacking themselves up with this cocktail before fighting, turning themselves into something not quite human. The intelligence officer who debriefed us said they'd seen this before. Insurgents pumping themselves so full of stimulants they could take multiple lethal hits and still keep fighting until their brain literally stopped sending signals to their muscles. But knowing the scientific explanation doesn't make it any less horrifying. That guy should have been dead 10 times over from the first burst of fire. Instead, he dragged himself into that room, pumped more drugs into his system, and came back out fighting. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those wide, dilated pupils, that blank stare that somehow still held murderous intent, the way he moved without making a sound, despite the massive trauma to his body. I've been in plenty of firefights, lost friends, seen horrible things that war brings. But that experience in Fallujah was different. It was like something from a horror movie, except it was real. I was there. I smelled it, heard it, felt the vibration of the rounds going through my rifle as we finally put him down for good. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, convinced there's someone in my room with those same wide, dead eyes, moving silently toward me. My wife has learned to sleep in the guest room when my PTSD gets bad. The Corps trained us for combat against human enemies. They never trained us for what to do when those enemies stop behaving like humans. When they take enough damage to kill them twice over, but keep coming at you with a knife. We fought insurgents throughout the rest of the deployment, lost some good men, but nothing ever hit me the same way as that encounter, because those other fighters, as dangerous as they were, at least died when they were supposed to. That day in Jolin taught me that there are things worse than facing someone who wants to kill you. There's facing someone who's already dead, but still coming for you anyway. Story 15. I still can't sleep properly after what happened 2 weeks ago. Every time it snows, I feel my chest tighten. When the wind howls outside my window, I curl up under my blankets and keep the lights on until morning. I've never been the type to believe in monsters or the supernatural, but after that night on Highway 16, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was supposed to be a simple drive to Fairbridge to visit my sister Emily. She'd just had her second baby, and I promised I'd come help out for a few days. The forecast mentioned some snow, but nothing serious. Just your typical January flurries. I've driven through worse. I grabbed some snacks, filled up my Honda Civic, and hit the road around 2 in the afternoon, figuring I'd reach Fairbridge by dinner time. The first hour of driving was fine. Light snow was falling, nothing my wipers couldn't handle. I was jamming to my road trip playlist, thinking about seeing my new niece. Around 3:30, I noticed the snow picking up. No big deal, I thought. Just slow down a bit. By 4, visibility was getting bad. The flakes were coming down thick and fast, clumping on my windshield faster than the wipers could clear them. I turned the radio on to check for weather updates. That's when I heard it. A severe blizzard warning for the entire county. The weatherman's voice sounded tense as he advised everyone to get off the roads immediately. I glanced at my GPS. The next exit was 15 miles away. Fairbridge was still 40 miles beyond that. I should have turned around. God, why didn't I just turn around? By 4:30, I could barely see 10 feet ahead. The snow was piling up so fast I could feel my tires struggling for traction. Other cars had disappeared completely. It was just me, crawling along at maybe 15 miles per hour, white knuckles on the steering wheel. Then my right tire caught something, probably ice, and I felt the car slide sideways toward the shoulder. I didn't crash, not exactly. The car just sort of drifted off the road and came to a stop in what felt like a shallow ditch. When I tried to reverse back onto the highway, my tires just spun uselessly. After 10 minutes of trying, I accepted I was stuck. No problem, I thought. I'll just call for help. That's when I realized my phone was at 12% battery. I'd forgotten my car charger at home. Stupid mistake. I managed to get through to Emily, telling her where I was. Somewhere on Highway 16, maybe 25 miles outside of Fairbridge. The call dropped before I could hear her response. When I tried to call back, my phone died completely. So there I was, stranded in a rapidly worsening blizzard. No phone, no way to drive out. But I wasn't panicking yet. I had a full tank of gas, which meant I could run the engine for heat. I had water, some granola bars, and a bag of chips. People knew where I was. Help would come eventually. I just needed to wait it out. By 5:30, the world outside was completely white. Snow had piled up almost to my window. I couldn't even see the road anymore. I kept the engine running for 20 minutes at a time, then off for 10, to conserve gas while staying warm. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. Even with the heat on, I could see my breath. That's when I first heard it. A faint scraping sound against my passenger side window. I assumed it was just snow or ice falling from a tree. But when I looked over, I saw what looked like scratch marks tracking down through the frost that had formed on the glass. I told myself it was nothing, just ice patterns. The wind was howling so loudly that any sound could have been my imagination. I turned the radio back on, but all I got was static. No stations coming through in the storm. Around 7, I heard a distinct tapping on my trunk. 3 clear taps, like knuckles on metal. Tap, tap, tap. I whipped around to look through the rear window, but it was completely covered in snow. I couldn't see anything. "Hello," I called out, though I knew no one could hear me inside the car. "Is someone there?" Silence, just the wind. I turned the engine back on for heat and flipped on all the lights. The headlights and tail lights illuminated nothing but swirling snow. I blasted the heat, trying to melt some of the snow off the windows so I could see better. That's when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time on the driver's side window, right next to my head. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I turned, I swear I saw the shadow of something move away from the window. Something tall, something that shouldn't have been out there in that storm. My hands were shaking as I locked all the doors, though I was sure I'd done that already. The next hour passed in tense silence. I kept the engine running continuously now, no longer caring about conserving gas. I just wanted to be warm, to have the rumble of the engine as company. At 9:30, I heard the first voice. "Hey, can you hear me in there?" It was faint, muffled by the snow and wind, but distinctly human. Male, I think. "Hello?" I called back. "I'm stuck. Do you have a phone?" Silence again. Then footsteps, crunching in snow, circling my car. I tried to follow the sound, peering through what little clear glass I had on each window. I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps stopped at my trunk. "We're going to get you out. Just stay calm," the voice said. But something was wrong. The voice had changed subtly. It sounded off somehow. "Who's we?" I called. "Are you with emergency services?" No answer, just more footsteps, circling again. Then a different voice entirely. "Let me in. It's freezing out here." My blood ran cold. It was Emily's voice, my sister's voice, perfectly replicated, down to the slight rasp she gets when she's tired. I whispered, knowing it couldn't be her. She was 40 miles away with a newborn. Then louder, "Who are you?" The response was a sudden violent yanking on all my door handles in sequence. Front, back, passenger, drivers. Like someone, something, was testing each one frantically. I screamed and pressed myself against the seat as far from the doors as possible. "Please," came Emily's voice again, this time from right outside my window. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Let me in before I freeze to death." I covered my ears and closed my eyes, sobbing now. "You're not real," I whispered. "You're not her." A sharp bang on the roof made me jump. Then another, and another. Something heavy was on top of my car, denting the metal inward. I could see the ceiling liner bulging downward under the weight. "Let me in." Emily's voice had changed. It was still her voice, but wrong now. Deeper, with a strange clicking undertone, like someone trying to imitate human speech without quite getting it right. I was hyperventilating, curled up in the driver's seat. The banging continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes it would stop for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'd think maybe it was gone. Then it would start again, more violent than before. Around midnight, I heard a new sound, scraping, like claws dragging slowly across metal. It moved from the roof, down the windshield, across the hood. During one of the quiet moments, I dared to wipe condensation from my side window and peek out. What I saw still haunts my nightmares. Standing about 10 feet from my car was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 7 or 8 feet. Its limbs were wrong, too long, jointed in places human limbs don't bend. But it was its face that made me choke back a scream. In the dim reflection of my car lights through the snow, I could see an elongated, pale face with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Its mouth seemed too wide for its face. It stood perfectly still, watching me. Then it tilted its head at an angle that no human neck could achieve. I ducked down immediately, praying it hadn't seen me looking. The rest of the night was a blur of terror. It never left. Sometimes it would go quiet for so long I'd think it had given up. But then I'd hear Emily's voice again, pleading with me. Sometimes it was my mom's voice or my dad's. Once, horribly, it was my own voice, screaming for help from outside the car. Around 3 in the morning, it started throwing itself against the car. My entire vehicle would rock with each impact. I was sure the windows would break or the doors would cave in. I kept the engine running constantly now, terrified of being in the dark. The worst moment came just before dawn. The thing circled my car one more time, scraping its claws along every surface. Then it stopped at my window and pressed what I can only describe as a hand against the glass. But it wasn't a human hand. The fingers were too long, too thin, with too many joints, and at the end of each finger was a black, curved claw. It tapped 3 times, gently, tap, tap, tap. Then, in my sister's perfect voice, "Why won't you help me? Don't you love me anymore?" I closed my eyes and didn't open them again until I felt warmth on my face. Sunlight. When I finally looked, the storm had stopped. The sky was clear blue. Snow was piled high around my car, but I could see the highway again. And there, in the pristine snow, was a single trail of prints leading from my car into the tree line. They weren't human footprints. They looked almost like hoof prints, but wrong somehow. Too large and spaced too far apart. They vanished abruptly at the edge of the forest, as if whatever made them had simply disappeared. My car wouldn't start. The battery was dead after running the heat all night. I had no choice but to walk. It took me 3 hours to trudge through knee-deep snow until I reached a motel and gas station. The woman at the counter took one look at me, wild-eyed, still shaking, and called the police. They found my car exactly where I'd left it. The officer who drove me back to retrieve my belongings looked uncomfortable when I asked what they'd found. Eventually, he admitted they'd discovered strange prints all around the vehicle. Deep depressions on the roof had caved the metal inward. There were long scratches on every door, and caught on the door handle was a clump of coarse, grayish fur that they couldn't identify. "Probably just a bear," he said, not meeting my eyes. "They get desperate in storms sometimes." But we both knew bears don't talk. They don't mimic human voices. They don't leave hoof prints in snow. I made it to Emily's house the next day. I broke down crying when I hugged her, but I couldn't tell her why. How do you tell someone that something in the darkness wore their voice like a mask? That it knew exactly how to hurt you? I'm back home now, but I don't drive at night anymore. I don't travel alone, and when it snows, I close all the curtains and turn up the TV to drown out the wind, because sometimes, when it's particularly cold outside, I swear I hear tapping on my bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. And my sister's voice, asking to be let in. Story 16. I've been putting off writing this for 45 years. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. I'm not sure who will believe me. I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I need to tell someone what really happened back in '79. Maybe someone out there has answers. Maybe someone's seen what I saw. My name is Elaine. Back in '79, I was 24, living in San Luis Obispo, working at a record store, and generally enjoying life. I'd saved up enough for a decent used Volkswagen van, bright yellow, patches of rust I'd covered with flower stickers, and a Freedom machine if there ever was one. I named him Sunshine. My constant companion was my dog Rusty, a sweet mutt I'd rescued as a puppy. He went everywhere with me. That May, I decided to take advantage of Memorial Day weekend for a solo camping trip. I'd been dealing with a bad breakup and needed to clear my head. Mount Rainier seemed perfect. I'd seen pictures of the wildflowers and waterfalls, and something about that massive volcano just called to me. Rusty loved our adventures, and the open road felt like exactly what I needed. The drive up from California took longer than expected. Traffic was heavy with the holiday weekend, and Sunshine wasn't exactly built for speed. I reached the park late afternoon on the 27th, paid my entrance fee, and headed toward Sunshine Point Campground. Ironic name considering the weather that greeted us. Dark clouds hanging low, a steady drizzle that had started about an hour before I reached the park. I remember feeling disappointed, but not discouraged. The rain would pass, I figured. I found a spot at the campground, not far from the Nisqually River. You could hear it rushing by, swollen with spring meltwater and the recent rainfall. I quickly set up my tent, this orange two-person dome tent I'd bought specifically for the trip, and got Rusty settled inside while I unpacked some essentials from the van. The rain picked up. I remember standing there, looking around at the huge trees disappearing into the mist, the mountain completely hidden behind the clouds. There was something both beautiful and eerie about it. The campground wasn't full, but there were other people around. I nodded to a family at a nearby site who were hurriedly covering their gear. Around 6 o'clock, I decided to drive to the ranger station to ask about trail conditions for the next day and pick up a better map. I left my tent and most of my gear set up, figuring I'd be back shortly. Rusty jumped into the passenger seat, happy as always for a ride. This is where things get strange. I remember driving toward the ranger station. The rain was coming down harder, drumming on the roof of the van. The windshield wipers could barely keep up. I came around a bend in the road, and there was something in the middle of the road. I swerved to avoid it and pulled over. At first glance, I thought it was a fallen tree branch, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. Nothing at all. But Rusty was going crazy, barking at the empty spot in the road. His hackles were up, something I'd rarely seen. "It's okay, boy," I told him, but he wouldn't calm down. I remember checking my watch, 6:32, and deciding to continue to the ranger station. But when I tried to start Sunshine again, the engine wouldn't turn over, just that awful clicking sound. I tried again and again, but nothing happened. "Great," I said out loud, "just great." I waited maybe 5 minutes, trying the ignition every so often. Outside, the rain was now a downpour. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly, and I could see my breath inside the van. That's when I noticed the silence. The rain was still hammering on the roof, but there were no other sounds. No birds, no distant traffic, nothing. Even Rusty had gone quiet, though he was trembling beside me, staring out the windshield. I looked where he was looking and saw nothing but the empty road and the wall of trees, except they didn't look quite right. The trees seemed darker somehow, taller, the spaces between them deeper. I tried the engine again. Nothing. I decided we'd have to walk back to the campground and find help there. I put Rusty's leash on, grabbed my rain jacket, and stepped out into the downpour. The cold hit me immediately. It was much colder than it should have been, even for late May in Washington. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones in seconds. I remember thinking, this isn't normal, as I locked the van. We started walking back toward the campground. The road seemed longer than I remembered. The trees pressed in from both sides, and even in the rain, I could smell the rich scent of wet earth and pine. But underneath it was something else, something sour like decay. After walking for what felt like forever but was probably 15 minutes, I realized I should have reached the campground already. I was sure I hadn't driven that far. The road kept curving, unfamiliar now. Rusty stayed close to my leg, which wasn't like him at all. He usually loved exploring. The first real flash of fear hit me when I realized I hadn't seen a single car since we started walking. On Memorial Day weekend? Impossible. Where was everyone? I pulled out my watch again, 6:45. Only 13 minutes had passed, but it felt like hours. I decided to keep going. What choice did I have? The rain somehow grew even heavier, a solid wall of water that made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. My clothes were soaked through despite my rain jacket. I was shivering, and my thoughts started feeling fuzzy around the edges. I recognized the early signs of hypothermia from a wilderness first aid course I'd taken. That's when I heard it, a sound like branches breaking, but rhythmic, almost like footsteps, but too heavy, too deliberate, coming from the forest to my right. I froze. Rusty pressed against my leg, whimpering now. The sound stopped too. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there? I need help." Nothing but the sound of rain hitting leaves. Then, just as I convinced myself I'd imagined it, the sound started again. Closer now. Something moving through the underbrush, parallel to the road. I started walking faster, almost jogging. Rusty kept pace, no longer needing any encouragement to hurry. The sound followed us, still keeping pace. Then I saw lights ahead. The campground. Relief flooded through me. I broke into a run, splashing through puddles, not caring about anything but reaching those lights. I burst into the campground, gasping for breath. There were people huddled under a pavilion, a family cooking dinner on a camp stove. They looked up, startled at my sudden appearance. "Are you okay?" a man asked, stepping forward. I tried to explain about my van breaking down, about the strange sounds in the forest, but the words wouldn't come out right. My tongue felt thick, my thoughts scattered. I must have sounded completely insane. I remember their concerned faces, someone offering me a blanket, a cup of something hot. But all I could think about was getting back to my tent. I needed dry clothes. I needed to lie down. I mumbled something about being fine and stumbled away, Rusty still glued to my side. I found my tent exactly where I'd left it, the orange fabric glowing softly from a lantern I'd left on inside. I crawled in, Rusty following, and stripped off my wet clothes with shaking hands. I pulled on dry sweats and a hoodie, then wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, trying to get warm. My mind kept replaying everything, the thing in the road that wasn't there, the cold, the sounds in the forest. None of it made sense. I checked my watch again, 7:15. It had only been 43 minutes since I'd left the campground, but it felt like I'd been gone for days. Rusty wouldn't settle. He kept pacing the small confines of the tent, occasionally growling at nothing. I tried to calm him, but I was too shaken myself. Outside, the rain continued, its assault. Through the tent walls, I could see the occasional flash of headlights as other campers arrived or moved around the campground. Gradually, my shivers subsided. The warmth of the sleeping bag and Rusty's body heat beside me helped. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is waking with a start. The rain had stopped. My watch read 3:27. The lantern had gone out, but there was enough moonlight filtering through the tent fabric to see by. Rusty was standing at the tent door, his entire body rigid, a low growl building in his throat. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, suddenly wide awake. The growl stopped abruptly, replaced by a whimper. Then silence. I heard it then. The same heavy, deliberate footsteps from earlier, circling the tent. Slow, methodical. Not human. Not animal either, at least not any animal I knew. Terror paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just sat there, watching the shadow pass across the tent wall once, twice, 3 times. Then it stopped, directly in front of the tent flap. Something pressed against the fabric. A hand? A paw? It was too large for either. The tent material strained inward, and I could see the distinct impression of fingers. But too many, too long. Beside me, Rusty made a sound I'd never heard before, part whine, part moan, and pressed himself against me. A voice came then, though I hesitate to call it that. It was like someone trying to imitate human speech without understanding it. Wet, slithering sounds that formed words that made no sense, yet somehow I understood them. "Come out," it seemed to say. "See?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. "See," it repeated. "Show." The tent flap began to unzip, though no one was touching it. It moved on its own, revealing the darkness beyond. I don't remember making a conscious decision. Pure instinct took over. I grabbed Rusty and bolted through the opening, knocking aside whatever stood there. I caught only a glimpse, tall, thin, wrong. Before I was running blindly through the campground. No one was around. No tents, no cars, nothing. The campground was empty. The moon cast enough light to see by, but everything looked wrong. The trees too tall, the spaces between them too dark. I ran toward where I thought the road should be, Rusty at my heels. Behind us, I heard those footsteps again, faster now, pursuing. We reached the road, but it wasn't the same road. It was narrower, unpaved, winding into darkness. I followed it anyway because what choice did I have? The footsteps were getting closer. I didn't dare look back. Ahead, I saw something gleaming in the moonlight. My van. Sunshine's yellow paint looked silver in the moonlight, but it was definitely my van. I somehow had the keys in my hand, though I don't remember grabbing them. I reached the van, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. Rusty jumped in after me. I slammed the door shut and locked it, fumbling with the key in the ignition. The engine started immediately. Outside, something moved at the edge of the trees, something tall and thin, with too many limbs watching. I floored it, the van's tires spinning on the wet ground before finding purchase. I drove blindly, no idea where I was going, just away. The road twisted and turned, unfamiliar and wrong, but I kept driving. I don't know how long I drove. The fuel gauge dropped toward empty. The sky began to lighten with dawn, and then suddenly I was on a normal road again, paved with lane markings. A green highway sign flashed by. Portland 30 miles. I pulled over, shaking uncontrollably. Rusty whined and licked my face. The morning sun broke through the clouds, warming the inside of the van. I never went back for my tent or my other belongings. I drove straight to a motel in Portland, slept for 15 hours, and then headed back to California. I told everyone I'd gotten sick and cut my trip short. What else could I say? To this day, I don't know what happened at Mount Rainier. I've read about missing persons cases there, looked for similar experiences, found nothing that explains what I encountered. All I know is that something was there in those woods, something that didn't belong in our world, and for some reason it let me go. Sometimes I still wake up hearing that voice. See, show. And I wonder what it wanted to show me and whether someday it might find me again to finish what it started. Story 17. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes trying to figure out how to even start this. My hand's still shaking as I type this out. I need to tell someone about this place, about what I've experienced over the past 5 years working at what we locals call the Creepy Cult Park. Officially, it's Veritas Historical Park, but nobody who works there calls it that. I started working there 5 years ago when I was 34. I'd been a park ranger at Hillside State Park for almost 8 years, and I was ready for a change. When the position opened up at Veritas, I jumped at it. A chance to work with historical artifacts and lead educational tours sounded perfect. I have a minor in history that I'd never gotten to use. Plus, the pay was better. My first red flag should have been during my interview when the park director kept asking if I was comfortable with the site's history and if I was sensitive to atmospheric changes. I thought he was talking about the dark history of the place. It used to be a cult compound back in the 1920s until most of it burned down under suspicious circumstances. 13 buildings survived the fire. The state turned it into a historical site in the 70s. My second red flag came during orientation. My new co-workers kept exchanging these weird looks when showing me around. Mike, who'd been there for almost 20 years, kept saying things like, "Don't worry if you hear footsteps in the founders. Home when you're alone. And the bakery's the worst, especially upstairs." I laughed it off. I'd heard similar talk at every park I'd worked at. Rangers love to mess with the new people. I spent my first week learning the site's layout and history. Apparently, the cult called themselves the Veritarians and believed they could communicate with the dead. Their leader, Jacob Miller, convinced about 200 people to live on the compound. In 1927, a fire broke out in the main hall during some kind of ceremony. 78 people died, including Miller. The official report blamed faulty wiring, but there were rumors of mass suicide or murder. The remaining 13 buildings each had their own purpose. The founder's home, Miller's house, the bakery, the schoolhouse, the infirmary, and several dormitories and workshops. My job was to maintain them, give tours, and manage the small museum we had on site. My first real tour of all 13 buildings happened on my 4th day. Mike took me around, showing me how to open each building, where the light switches were, and which floorboards to avoid. Everything was fine until we got to the bakery. The bakery was a 2-story brick building with a big stone oven on the first floor. As soon as I walked in, I felt off. It wasn't anything specific, just a heaviness in the air. Mike noticed my hesitation and said, "You feel it already, huh?" I brushed it off and followed him upstairs to see the living quarters where the bakers used to sleep. Halfway up the narrow wooden staircase, it hit me. This overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. My chest tightened, and I couldn't breathe. I froze, gripping the railing. It reminded me of something that happened when I was 17, visiting my grandparents in Portugal. I'd wandered into an abandoned house in their village, and in one of the bedrooms, I'd felt this exact same feeling, like I was being watched by something that didn't want me there. "Elena, you okay?" Mike was at the top of the stairs, looking concerned. I managed to nod and force myself up the rest of the way, but that feeling stayed with me until we left the building. Mike didn't say anything, but I caught him watching me closely for the rest of the tour. For the next 2 weeks, everything was normal. I led a few tours, cataloged some artifacts, and started to feel comfortable with the job. I still avoided the bakery when I could, but I convinced myself I'd just had a panic attack or something. Then came the morning that changed everything. It was early October, just after 7 in the morning. The park didn't open until 9, but rangers arrived early to check the buildings and turn on the heating systems. It was my turn to open up, and I was alone. The morning was foggy and cold, with that eerie stillness that comes before sunrise. I started with the smaller buildings, working my way toward the founder's home, which was at the center of the park. Everything was routine until I got to the home. It was a Victorian-style house, 3 stories tall with a wraparound porch. The security system for that building was under the main staircase. You had to unlock the front door, then go to the little cubby under the stairs to disarm the alarm. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The house was silent, except for the usual creaking of old wood. I flicked on my flashlight, the electricity wasn't on yet, and headed for the staircase. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I crossed the entrance hall. I knelt down at the security panel under the stairs and punched in the code. The little light turned green, and I stood up, shining my flashlight around to find the light switches. That's when I felt it, that same cold dread I'd felt in the bakery, but 10 times stronger. The air seemed to thicken around me, and the hair on my arms stood up. I turned slowly, sweeping my flashlight across the entrance hall. There, at the base of the stairs, was a shadow. But it wasn't cast by anything, it was just standing there. A human-shaped shadow, darker than the darkness around it, with no features I could make out. It was just a black silhouette, about the size of an average man. I froze. My flashlight beam passed right through it, lighting up the wall behind. But the shadow remained. It didn't move for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it did move. It turned. I couldn't see a face, but somehow I knew it was looking right at me. And then it ran. Not up the stairs like a person would, but on the wall beside the stairs, moving at a speed no human could match, disappearing around the corner at the top. I dropped my keys. I remember the sound they made hitting the floor, this little metallic ping that echoed through the house. Then I ran. I didn't bother closing the door behind me. I just ran as fast as I could across the grounds to the ranger station where Mike was starting his shift. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. I guess I had, because Mike took one look at me and sat me down with a cup of coffee. "What happened?" he asked, though something in his voice told me he already knew. When I told him about the shadow figure, he didn't laugh or look skeptical. He just nodded and said, "I've been waiting for you to see something. Most new rangers do within the first month. Some never do. Those are the ones who stay long term." Mike told me he'd had his own experiences over his 20 years at the park. Voices calling his name when he was alone. Objects moving on their own. And once, a full-bodied apparition of a woman in 1920s clothing in the infirmary. He said almost every ranger who'd worked there had stories. "Why didn't you warn me?" I asked. "Would you have believed me?" he replied. "Besides, management doesn't like us talking about it. Bad for business." I almost quit that day. I should have quit. But something kept me there. Curiosity, maybe, or stubbornness. I didn't want to be chased off by something I couldn't explain. That was 5 years ago. Since then, I've experienced more things in those 13 buildings than I can count. Footsteps following me in empty hallways. Doors slamming shut on windless days. The smell of fresh bread in the bakery oven that hasn't been used in nearly a century. Children's laughter in the schoolhouse after hours. But the worst is still the founder's home. I've seen that shadow figure 6 more times since that first morning. Once it stood at the foot of my ladder while I was changing a light bulb in the entrance hall. Another time, it watched me from a doorway as I was locking up. Each time, it runs away in that same unnatural manner when I notice it. 3 months ago, I was in the basement of the founder's home, cataloging some artifacts we'd found during renovation. I was alone in the building, or thought I was. I heard footsteps overhead, walking back and forth across the first floor. Thinking it was Mike or one of the other rangers, I called out. No response. The footsteps stopped directly above me. Then came a sound I still can't explain, like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. I radioed Mike, who was in another building, and asked if anyone else was in the home. He said no, everyone was accounted for elsewhere. I stood there listening to whatever was moving around above me, torn between investigating and running. Then the dragging stopped, and I heard a thud, like something heavy falling. That decided it for me. I bolted up the stairs and out the front door. When Mike and I returned 10 minutes later, nothing was out of place. Nothing had fallen, nothing had been moved. But on the wooden floor of the entrance hall were marks, like something had been dragged across it, leaving faint scratches in the old wood. The worst part is, I'm not the only one who experiences these things. Visitors report cold, spots, feeling watched, and occasionally seeing things out of the corner of their eye. 3 separate tour groups have had people faint in the bakery. A child on a school tour last year asked me who the shadow man on the stairs was when there was no one there. I don't know what to do anymore. I've thought about quitting so many times, but something keeps pulling me back. It's like the park, or whatever is in it, doesn't want me to leave. Last week, I was closing up the founder's home alone. As I was locking the front door, I glanced up at the 3rd floor window and saw a face looking down at me. Not the featureless shadow, but a man's face, gaunt and pale with hollow eyes. I recognized him from the photos in our museum. It was Jacob Miller, the cult leader who died in 1927. He smiled at me, raised his hand like he was greeting an old friend, and then vanished. I still can't explain what's happening in that park. All I know is that those 13 buildings hold something that doesn't want to be forgotten, and for some reason, it's chosen me to remember it. Story 18. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake. What happened to me 2 years ago still haunts me, still makes me wake up in cold sweats. I was a missionary on a Native American reservation in the Southwest. Out of respect for the tribe and for my own safety, I won't name the specific location. Some things are better left unshared. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always been pretty logical, believing there's a rational explanation for most things. That changed during my time on the reservation. It was mid-October, just as the days were getting shorter. The air had that crisp fall feel that usually brings comfort. But on the reservation, nightfall carried a different energy. I'd been there about 6 months by then, working with local communities and helping with various outreach programs. That particular day, I'd been meeting with some tribal investigators about community issues. Nothing out of the ordinary. My colleague Marcus was with me. We'd finished our work around 7 in the evening and were heading back to our apartment in a town about 40 minutes away. I was driving my old Toyota. Nothing fancy, just reliable transportation. Marcus had fallen asleep in the passenger seat almost immediately after we left. He'd been fighting off a cold, and the medicine had knocked him out. The reservation roads were mostly unpaved, twisting through scrubland and forests with hardly any streetlights. My gas light had been blinking for the last 10 miles, and I was getting seriously worried. The nearest proper gas station was still 20 miles away, and cell service was non-existent out there. I took what I thought was a shortcut, a decision I'll regret for the rest of my life. The road narrowed, tall pines pressing in from both sides, their branches creating this tunnel effect in my headlights. The gas light was now steadily glowing, no longer blinking. That's when I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I felt relieved. I pulled over, hoping they might have gas or at least know where I could find some. An older native man in a pickup truck stopped behind me. His face was weathered, with deep lines around his eyes. He seemed hesitant to approach, but eventually came to my window. "You lost?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained our situation, and he nodded, saying nothing for a moment that stretched uncomfortably long. Then he went back to his truck and returned with a small gas can. "This should get you to the station in Oak Ridge," he said, pouring the gas into my tank. "But you need to go straight there. No stops. Stay on the main road." His eyes kept darting to the forest around us. I thanked him profusely, offering to pay, but he waved me off. As he handed me back the empty can, he leaned in, closer. "Don't stop for anything," he repeated, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "No matter what you see, keep driving." Before I could ask what he meant, he was back in his truck and driving away, his taillights quickly swallowed by the darkness. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was completely dark by now, around 8:30 or so. Marcus was still asleep, his head lolled against the window. I started driving again, following the main road as the man had instructed. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating maybe 20 feet ahead at most. The radio only picked up static out there, so I'd turned it off. That's when I started noticing movement at the edges of my high beams, just brief flickers of something darting between trees. I figured it was deer or coyotes. The reservation had plenty of wildlife, but there was something about the way these shapes moved that didn't seem animal-like. I sped up a little, pushing to about 40 miles per hour on the uneven road. The shapes seemed to keep pace, which was unsettling but still explainable. Coyotes can run that fast, right? That's what I kept telling myself. Then something caught my eye directly beside the car. I glanced down out my driver's side window and felt my entire body go cold. Running alongside my car, perfectly matching my speed, was a humanoid figure on all fours. Not crawling exactly, more like galloping, using hands and feet in a way no human should be able to move. In that split-second glance, I saw pale skin stretched over an emaciated frame and eyes that reflected my headlights like an animal's. I slammed on the brakes without thinking. Marcus jolted awake, his head nearly hitting the dashboard. "What the hell, Ethan?" he mumbled, disoriented. I couldn't speak. My eyes were fixed on the side mirror, scanning the darkness behind us. There was nothing there now. Nothing I could see, at least. "We need to pray," I said finally, my voice barely working. "Right now." "What? Why? What's going on?" Marcus was fully awake now, alarmed by my tone. "Just pray with me, please." I started the car again and accelerated hard, pushing the Toyota faster than was safe on those roads. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Ethan, you're scaring me," Marcus said. "What did you see?" "Just keep your eyes forward," I told him. "Don't look out the windows." We drove in silence for the next 20 minutes. The only sound the hum of the engine and our breathing. I could feel Marcus watching me, confused and concerned, but he didn't press for answers. I kept checking my mirrors compulsively, convinced I'd see those figures again at any moment. When we finally reached the gas station in Oak Ridge, I filled the tank with shaking hands. Only after we were back on the main highway, with other cars around us and the lights of our town visible in the distance, did I start breathing normally again. We made it back to our apartment around 10 that night. I collapsed onto our couch, the adrenaline crash hitting me hard. Marcus sat across from me, waiting for an explanation. "I saw something out there," I finally said, "running beside the car." "Like a coyote?" he asked. I shook my head. "Like people, but not people. They were running on all fours, keeping pace with us at 40 miles per hour. Marcus stared at me. "That's not possible." "I know what I saw," I said quietly. "They were shaped like humans, but moving like, I don't know, nothing I've ever seen before." He was quiet for a long time. "The locals have stories," he said finally, "about things in the woods. Skinwalkers, they call them." I'd heard whispers about skinwalkers since arriving at the reservation, but most of the locals wouldn't discuss them with outsiders. All I knew was they were some kind of shapeshifters from Native American lore. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that I never saw those things again. But that was just the beginning. A week later, I had to return to the reservation for work. I almost called in sick, the memory of those running figures still fresh in my mind. But I convinced myself I'd been seeing things. Stress, exhaustion, and poor lighting playing tricks on me. This time, I was staying overnight in one of the community trailers used for visiting workers. It was a simple metal structure, probably from the 1980s, set apart from the main residential area. I was alone that night, Marcus having stayed back in town. I went to bed around 11, double-checking all the windows and the door before lying down. I'd been asleep maybe 2 hours when the knocking started. At first, it was just a single tap on the trailer's metal side, so faint I thought I'd dreamed it. Then another tap, slightly louder from a different spot. Then another. The knocking moved around the trailer in a circle, growing progressively louder. It wasn't rhythmic like a person knocking. It was erratic, sometimes rapid taps, sometimes slow, deliberate pounds. I lay frozen in bed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The knocking continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the knocking. I strained to hear any movement outside, but caught only the sound of wind through the trees. Eventually, sheer exhaustion pulled me back into an uneasy sleep. When morning came, I convinced myself it had been a branch hitting the trailer or some local kids playing a prank. But as I was preparing to leave, something made me walk around the perimeter of the trailer. That's when I saw them. Impressions in the dirt that looked like handprints and footprints, but not in a pattern that would make sense for a person walking upright. They circled the entire trailer, exactly where the knocking had been. I took a photo with trembling hands and left immediately, driving well over the speed limit to get back to town. I showed the picture to Marcus, who suggested it could be animal tracks distorted by rain. We both knew it hadn't rained in weeks. I tried to avoid going back to the reservation after that, but my work made it impossible. About a month after the trailer incident, I was driving Anna, one of the local church members, back to her home near the reservation border. It was dusk, that dangerous time between day and night. We were passing a particularly dense section of forest when Anna suddenly grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin. "Stop talking," she whispered, her eyes fixed on something through her window. I followed her gaze and saw it, a figure crouched between two distant trees. Even from maybe 100 yards away, I could tell it wasn't right. It was too tall, too thin, its limbs bent at odd angles. It seemed to be watching us. "Drive," Anna said, her voice tight with fear. "Don't look at it." I accelerated, my mouth dry. "What is that?" I asked. "We don't speak of them," she replied, eyes forward now. "They listen for their name. They're drawn to fear. They've always been in these woods." We didn't talk for the rest of the drive. When I dropped her off, she touched my arm again, gentler this time. "Be careful," she said. "They don't usually bother with outsiders. If they've noticed you—" She didn't finish the sentence. My last encounter happened just before I left the reservation for good. I was driving through a forested hollow around sunset, about a 15-minute stretch between communities. The radio, which had been playing some local station, suddenly cut to static, white noise that seemed to grow louder with each second. That's when I saw them again, multiple silhouettes moving through the trees alongside the road. They kept pace with my car easily, sometimes disappearing behind trunks, only to reappear closer to the road. I pressed the gas harder, pushing my car to 60, then 70 miles per hour on a road that wasn't meant for those speeds. They still kept pace. Then one of them, larger than the others, broke from the tree line and loped directly into the path of my headlights. I'll never forget what I saw in that moment. A humanoid figure with elongated limbs, skin pulled tight over a skeletal frame, and eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow-green when caught in my lights. Its mouth. God, its mouth was open too wide, stretching across what should have been cheeks. Our eyes locked for a fraction of a second. Something passed between us, a recognition, an understanding. In that moment, I knew it had been watching me, following me, for weeks. Most people would have slammed on the brakes, but something in me snapped. Instead of stopping, I floored the accelerator, aiming straight for it. The thing's expression changed, surprise, maybe even fear. At the last second, it leapt away from the path of my car, back into the darkness of the forest. The static on the radio immediately cleared, returning to the country song that had been playing. The shapes in the forest were gone. I drove the rest of the way with my heart hammering against my ribs, half expecting them to return, but nothing happened. I left the reservation 2 days later, transferring to a different assignment hundreds of miles away. I've never spoken about what happened until now. I still don't know what those things were, skinwalkers, wendigos, or something else entirely from native folklore. All I know is they were real, they were hunting me, and the only reason I escaped was because I finally stood my ground. Sometimes on dark nights when I'm driving alone on empty roads, I catch myself checking the trees at the edge of my headlights, half expecting to see those elongated figures loping alongside my car. And I always keep my gas tank full. Story 19. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that day. June 17th, 2011. It's been years, but the memories remain crystal clear. I'm typing this out because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened. I wasn't much of a hiker back then. Still aren't, to be honest. I was 30 years old, happily married with kids, living in Hawthorne. When our church organized a trip to Yosemite, my wife encouraged me to go. "It'll be good for you to get some fresh air," she said. "You've been working too hard." If only I'd stayed home. The morning started great. Clear skies, perfect weather. Our church group was in high spirits, about 20 of us ready to tackle the Upper Yosemite Fall Trail. I remember joking with the guys about being out of shape, how I'd probably be the one lagging behind. Funny how things turn out. The trail was tougher than I expected. I hadn't done my research, didn't realize it was one of the more challenging hikes in the park. The initial climb was steep, switchbacks zigzagging up the mountain face. My legs burned after the first hour. I kept pausing to catch my breath while pretending to admire the view. The others were patient, but I could tell some wanted to move faster. By early afternoon, we'd made good progress. The view of the valley below was incredible. Tiny cars and buildings, the meandering river. The waterfall itself was massive, the sound of rushing water constant in our ears. The mist from the falls made sections of the granite path slippery, and I gripped the rock wall whenever I could. Around 2:30 or 3 o'clock, I started feeling off. My head was pounding, and waves of dizziness kept washing over me. At first, I pushed through it, but when my vision started blurring, I knew something was wrong. Altitude sickness, maybe. Dehydration. I'd drunk most of my water already, and the sun felt hotter than it had earlier. "You guys go ahead," I told the group when we stopped at a viewpoint. "I'm going to head back down. I don't feel great." Couple people offered to come with me, but I insisted they continue. No point in ruining everyone's hike. I'll see you all at the bottom. I remember our group leader checking if I was sure, and I nodded confidently. The trail's straightforward. I'll take it slow. That was my first mistake. My second was not waiting long enough to really rest before heading down. The descent started fine. My pace was steady, careful. The trail was clearly marked, and I passed other hikers heading up who nodded or said hello. I remember a family with 2 young kids who scrambled up the path like mountain goats while their parents trailed behind. An older couple with matching walking sticks. A solo hiker with a professional-looking camera. About 20 minutes into my descent, I paused at a fork in the trail. I don't remember seeing this split on the way up, but figured I must have been too focused on the climb to notice. One path seemed to continue down the main route, while another veered slightly to the right. Both looked well-traveled. I chose the right path, thinking it might be a shortcut or alternate route to the trailhead. The path narrowed almost immediately. The crowds thinned out, then disappeared entirely. Still, it was clearly a trail, worn dirt, occasional stone steps. The sound of the waterfall grew louder again, which confused me. Shouldn't I be moving away from it? But the path continued downward, so I followed. After another 15 minutes, I realized something was wrong. The trail had become rougher, less defined. The vegetation was thicker here, scrubby bushes crowding the edges. I stopped and pulled out my phone to check for a signal. Nothing. I didn't have a map. Another rookie mistake. I considered turning back, retracing my steps to the fork, but the thought of climbing back up when I already felt awful was daunting. The path still led downward, and downward meant back to the valley, right? So I kept going. That's when things got strange. The temperature dropped noticeably, like I'd stepped into shade, except there wasn't more tree cover than before. The air felt different, heavier somehow. The constant background noise of other hikers, birds, and distant voices had faded. All I could hear was the waterfall and my own breathing. I rounded a bend and the trail opened onto a small clearing near the edge of a drop-off. The view should have been spectacular. I was still high up the mountain. But a strange haze hung in the air, not quite fog, but something similar. The usual vibrant colors of the valley seemed muted, washed out. My headache had worsened. I sat down on a rock to rest and drink the last of my water. That's when I noticed the silence, complete silence. Even the waterfall sound had stopped, which was impossible given how close I was. I stood up quickly, too quickly, and nearly blacked out from dizziness. When my vision cleared, I saw someone standing at the edge of the clearing. At first I was relieved. Another hiker meant I wasn't completely lost. I called out, "Hey, excuse me!" But the figure didn't turn. They were perfectly still, facing away from me, looking out over the valley. Something about their stillness made my skin crawl. I took a step closer. "Sorry to bother you, but I think I took a wrong turn. Do you know the way back to the main trail?" No response, no movement at all. They were maybe 30 feet away, partially obscured by that strange haze. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. They wore dark clothing and had their hood up despite the warm day. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. The figure turned slowly. I couldn't see their face clearly through the haze, just a dark shape where features should be. They raised an arm and pointed, not at me but to my right, toward a gap in the trees I hadn't noticed before. I glanced in that direction, then back at the figure. Is that the way down? When I looked back, they were gone. Completely gone. There was nowhere they could have gone that quickly. The clearing wasn't that large, and the only exits were the trail I'd come from and the gap they'd pointed to. I stood frozen, heart hammering in my chest. I called out again, but my voice sounded strange, muffled, like I was shouting underwater. The silence pressed in on me. My instincts screamed to go back the way I came, but when I turned, the trail I'd followed into the clearing was no longer visible, just thick underbrush where it had been. Panic rose in my throat. I spun around, searching for any path. The only option was the gap in the trees the figure had indicated. I approached it cautiously and found another trail, narrower than before but definitely man-made. Stone steps led downward. I had no choice. I followed it. The path wound down steeply. I had to grab onto tree branches and roots to keep from slipping. The strange haze grew thicker the further I descended, until visibility was only about 15 feet in any direction. Time seemed to stretch. Minutes felt like hours. The light dimmed, though it couldn't possibly be sunset yet. I came to another clearing, smaller than the first. In the center stood a pile of rocks, not natural but clearly stacked by human hands. A cairn, but larger than the trail markers I'd seen before. Something about it seemed wrong, like the rocks shouldn't fit together the way they did. The angles were off somehow. As I stared at it, I thought I heard whispering. Multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, coming from all around me. I spun in place, searching the haze. "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded thin, fragile. The whispering stopped. Then came a sound like footsteps on dry leaves, circling the clearing. I couldn't see anyone, just shapes in the mist that disappeared when I looked directly at them. The footsteps grew closer, then stopped directly behind me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. Not a hand, something else, like cold air, being exhaled, except concentrated into a single point. That broke my paralysis. I ran, blindly, desperately, away from the cairn and the footsteps and the cold touch. I crashed through underbrush, slipped on rocks, fell and scrambled back up, scratching my arms and face on branches. I had no idea if I was heading toward the valley or deeper into wilderness. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned. My legs gave out eventually, and I collapsed beside a fallen tree. The haze had thinned somewhat, but the forest around me was unfamiliar. No trail in sight. The light was definitely fading now. Either it was later than I thought, or the day had somehow advanced while I was in that strange mist. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath and fight down panic, I heard something that made my heart leap. Voices. human voices calling out. Search parties? Had my group realized I was missing and come looking for me? I shouted back, my voice cracking. Here, I'm over here. I struggled to my feet and moved toward the voices. But something was wrong. The voices didn't respond to my calls. They continued at the same volume, saying the same things, like a recording on loop. As I got closer, I could make out what they were saying. They were calling my name, over and over, but not like people searching, more like they were luring. I stopped, frozen in place again. The voices continued moving around me in a circle, always just out of sight in the trees. My name, in voices that almost but not quite sounded like my friends from the church group. Night was falling rapidly now. I was lost in unfamiliar woods with no supplies, no light, and something was hunting me. I backed up against a large tree trunk, trying to think. I needed shelter, water. I needed to stay calm. A twig snapped nearby, then another. Slow, deliberate footsteps approaching through the underbrush. I held my breath, pressing against the tree, hoping whatever it was would pass by. The footsteps stopped directly in front of me. Through the gathering darkness, I could just make out a figure standing about 10 feet away. The same hooded figure from before, or another one, I couldn't tell. It stood perfectly still, facing me, watching. Then, impossibly, it spoke my name. Not in a human voice. The sound seemed to form directly in my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. With it came a sensation of falling, of being pulled forward toward the figure, even though my feet hadn't moved. I closed my eyes, pressed my hands over my ears, and slid down the trunk until I was sitting. "You're not real," I whispered. "This isn't happening." When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone. But in the dirt where it had stood was a perfect impression of shoes, hiking boots similar to my own, fresh prints that hadn't been there before. That's the last clear memory I have. The rest is fragmented, running again. Lights in the distance, voices, real voices this time. People calling my name, then nothing. I woke up in a ranger station. They said a search party found me wandering along a service road miles from the Yosemite Falls Trail, severely dehydrated and disoriented. I'd been missing for almost 3 days. 3 days that, in my mind, had been just a few hours. The doctors said I suffered from exposure, dehydration, and possibly a concussion from a fall I don't remember taking. They attributed my hallucinations to these factors, said it happens to inexperienced hikers sometimes, but I know what I experienced was real. The cold touch on my neck, the impossible angles of that rock cairn, the figure that spoke without speaking. I've never gone back to Yosemite, never gone hiking again, anywhere. Sometimes I dream about that misty clearing and wake up with the certainty that something followed me out of those woods, something that's still watching, waiting for me to return. I don't know what happened to me on that mountain. I don't know if what I encountered was human, animal, or something else entirely. But whatever it was, I believe it's still there, still luring people off the trail with sounds and sights that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear whispering coming from just outside my bedroom window. My name, over and over, in voices that are almost, but not quite, human.